Humanity invents this spike drive, allowing faster-than-light travel. Nations and corporations set about colonizing space at a rapid pace. The first great expansion peaks with the very fringes of human space, now a year's travel from Earth. To enforce rule over the colonies, the Terran Mandate is created by the nations of Earth, and it places a ban upon further colonization. Metadimensional extroversion syndrome, or MES, appears, allowing sufferers to perform impossible feats such as teleportation or telepathy. However, it invariably kills those affected, or drives them mad. With time, training, and untold lives lost in research, ways of training and harnessing these psionic powers are developed, being improved with each generation of instructors. Jump gates are created, allowing choirs of master teleporter psionics to provide almost instant travel for ships passing through the gate to any other gate. Travel to the frontier is cut to 2 days, and the Terran Mandate lifts the ban on colonization. The second great expansion begins. Psi-tech manufacturing, able to manipulate universal constants, allows impossible materials and works of engineering. Due to manpower shortages and the ever-expanding number of people moving to the frontier, the Terran Mandate gives up trying to control the frontier worlds entirely. Spike drive ships are rare and antiquated. Jump gates have replaced them in all but the poorest, most unimportant and distant frontier systems. Core worlds have become increasingly specialized, relying on the jump gate network for resources from other systems. Emanating from the Veil Nebula, the Scream takes a mere 17 minutes to propagate across human space, killing or rendering insane every single psychic. The jump gate network collapses, and humanity is thrown into isolation and chaos. Countless core worlds die without access to supplies. The frontier worlds fare better, as many were yet to receive jump gates, or had not yet transitioned away from some degree of subsistence. Still, many end up as tomb worlds, or are reduced to primitive levels of technology. Slowly the silence lifts, as worlds manage to form large-scale industrial bases, not reliant on psi-tech. Attempts to recover humanity's psychic abilities in MES sufferers largely fail initially, due to a lack of instructors. And those that do succeed are without the power of pre-Scream psychics. Explorers begin remapping old drill courses that have shifted over the years, a dangerous and unreliable task. Stellar unions start to form around the strongest worlds, and warfare erupts over control of valuable pre-Scream tomb worlds and installations. Now, our band of adventurers, stranded in an unknown sector, must attempt to survive.
Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It, Stars Without Number. We are your favourite YouTubers and streamers, as per usual here to play some really nerdy board games, and Stars Without Numbers, fly a starship across the universe and try not to get killed or die from starvation, lack of oxygen, etc. So, of course, we have Avak, Bentham, Splattercat, and Derek, and myself, Enter Elysium. we will quickly go through a few announcements. Then we'll also go through how you can support the show and what characters people are playing and what happened last time. So, do we want to do announcements first? Splat?
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever.
Cool.
So I'm going to be leaving the show due to pressing real-life concerns and other stuff I got to take care of on my own channel and like with my own work and everything like that. And so I'll be around for like, I don't know, until my replacement gets here. And then I got to train them and stuff. And I got to like attach them to sticks and like have them controlled like Pinocchio for a little while just so they get the feeling.
I was
like,
imagining
no,
like
this
a
is
Rocky
how
montage of you training them up.
Nah, this is how you tell the joke.
I think it needs
this
to be...
is the vocal inflection. Like, and then once I'm done and they're ready to take over, then it'll be time for me to walk silently over a hill while the sun sets slowly and pianos play. And so anyways, yeah, that's basically the news for right now. I'm not really sure how long I'm still going to be on the show because looking for replacements, obviously, but I'll be here for a bit. I can't be any more specific than that.
A few weeks. Replacements are tough to find.
And
Breaking up is hard to do.
unfortunately, if that news wasn't bad enough, I'm also going to be leaving in roughly the same sort of time period. Just, again, personal projects, lots of things happening in my life and with YouTube and things like that. And unfortunately, time is becoming a bit of a premium. And I've been here for 3 years. Frankly, I'm starting to grow roots, and that's not good. I was born under a wandering star. My gypsy wanderlust is calling me to different pastures. So I, too, will be departing. Around a month, unless my replacement comes along, they're vastly better than me, and the rest of the crew are like, yeah, we don't want you anymore, and then they just kick me out. But let's be honest, that's not going to happen.
I haven't wanted you for a long time, but then again, this relationship has been decaying for months. We're just those people who sit across the room eating cereal and staring at each other like, what the fuck have I done?
That's true. And fortunately for my replacement, though, they're going to have to do the whole, office thing. They're going to have to actually move to Scotland, and they're going to sit with me when we're doing Roll4It. They're going to shadow me to see what I do and to learn by example. But they're just going to have to be quiet. And if they touch anything on my keyboard, I'll smack them with a cane. It's going to be a rough but thorough training session, I feel, and at the end of it, they should be a quivering mess of just fear, and the GM will be able to mold them in whatever direction they want.
I'm into that. If you want to.
Down, chicka, wow, wow. But yes, so unfortunately, I'm here for about a month, and then beyond that, I'll still pop up probably every now and then when someone's sick or they need a guest for a couple of weeks or something for a little arc. But yeah, it'll be largely, I'll be focusing on my own projects for a little bit. So yeah, you're going to have a new master on Discord again and on Patreon, and that will be Bentham, who is well, frankly, you're all doomed.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
I mean, if it goes like the piloting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
going to just slowly suffocate. Whilst I'm walking off beyond the walls of the mega city into the forbidding wastes to bring the good word to the heretics. There won't be any sunset. It'll just be darkness and poison smog. But it'll be
then
good
you
word.
do when you come back to guest, then you can be the guy who comes back to save the day when everyone's starving to death at the last minute. It works really well.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, those are the announcements.
So lots of sad
A nice
announcements.
1-2 punch to the straight to the heart there.
Yeah.
Sorry, but if you're going to do it, you've got to do it right. We're not going to let you just sit there kind of mewling in kind of agony. We're going to quickly try and put you out of your misery.
You know what happened was
you step on the neck real fast. Just there you go.
I was
done.
such a huge upgrade from Shen that you guys well, we could probably upgrade the rest of the low ballers. You know what I'm saying?
That's why we're leaving, is because Dale Rick's just making us look too bad. Like one side of my face is getting a suntan from all the shine coming off of him. I can't do this anymore. You're making me look bad.
Oh.
You haven't heard it yet, but wow, I mean, Dale Rick is actually more Welsh than me. We actually went through a genealogy all the way back. He's actually related to everyone in Wales. Everyone except me, because I'm just some pauper. Kicked to the curb. I'm mostly Roman by comparison.
Oh, I thought you were Romanian. You said gypsy, right?
Different use of the term, yes, but okay.
Anyway.
It's Bastilla Day, too, so we have to say Happy Bastilla Day to the French people.
Oh. Happy Bastille Day.
Bastille Day. Bastilla.
We'll try not to chop your necks off.
Bastilla. It sounds like a lizard that like lives in the jungle, but he's like big and it's like an iguana. He's like a huggable sized lizard, a Bastilla.
I will note that down for my GMing. If you ever go to a lizard planet, they will all be Bastilla people. Right, so if you want to support the show, you can support us by supporting us over on Patreon. That's the main way of supporting us. You can go subscribe there, and there are lots of different tiers that help support the show, get you different things like after shows and GM information and MP3s, and most of all, you get to support the show. For instance, like the second show that we do a week was entirely due to the fact that we could now afford to do a second show. And people could give their time to do a second show because of it. So, yeah, it's entirely thanks to the support from all you people. So, thank you very much. You can also support us by subscribing on Twitch. You get the emotes and stuff, and you get a little badge. We also have bits that you can tip if you want, and they go into that little pot down there. And we also have, if you really want to do like a one-off, you can just tip like straight up one-off instead of the Patreon system. And those also do go down there in the little thing. Like, for example, with bits. That was well done, first blog. A little bit faster next time, but good, good. So, very quickly, Splat, who are you playing today?
Yeah, I'm Sal Rossetti. My shoot guys, I just got leveled up to level 3, so now my attack bonus is like fucking absurd. It's like a +6 or like a +7 or something like that. So we definitely got to get into combat as soon as possible because I need to test. Also, I got a new shiny shotgun that looks like it was made on some kind of Forge World or something. So we need to use that on a Tyranid. It needs to be used.
Delric, who are you?
I'm Delilah. I'm just kind of rolling with it, you know. Woke up from a shell, things sucked, but they're getting better. And you know, Cooper's not as bad as I thought he was. He's just programmed to be that way. So, you know, that's good. At least I have my best friends, Ulysses and Stax with me. I love Ulysses and Stax. I trust them with my life. I think we're gonna have long, just deep relationships together. You know, the kind where you tell each other your most inner secrets and you trust each other with your lives. It's gonna be great. I'm looking forward to it.
I don't know. I'm not so sure on that one.
What? But
you didn't buy my fucking blankets.
You weren't there. You were a shadow of yourself with a bad accent.
If it had been you probably would have been able to get hit by the blanket.
Probably. Avak, do I even need to ask? He is Ulysses.
I'm Ulysses.
There we go. Bentham.
I am Cooper. I guess number 3 at this point. I keep dying. It's happening a lot. But some form of Cooper is still around. I now have multiple options. I can be a normal human-looking Cooper, or I can be crazy death robot Cooper, or I can be a spaceship. So that's cool. And I'm a good pilot, damn it. It's just bad luck, and it's going to happen again, isn't it? I've got better at piloting, but the ship has got worse at being piloted, so we're in the same place.
Yeah,
the probability of rolls is the same.
Well, the ship is you, so you're effectively blaming yourself.
Well, no, I'm out of the ship again now. I was under the ship for a bit.
Once you're in the ship, you never leave. Part of the
It was
crew,
a bit of a weird
ship,
experience.
Part of the ship.
And of course, I'm the GM. So, where we left off last time, the team went to a world which didn't have a breathable atmosphere. They had no life support and no food. They managed to talk to the locals, find an artifact that they wanted called the Hammer of Thor. The locals then gave them a load of food and gave them some oxygen and stuff, so they have life support. They have food now. They stuck around long enough to eat and to get themselves nicely filled up, so they are not starving anymore. They've got all their bonuses back to 0. And I believe they're about to head off. So, what's the plan?
I haven't got a clue what was going on in the lot. I have a vague knowledge that apparently I saved someone by doing tricksy teleportation shenanigans, but that's about it.
The usual Ulysses way. Yeah, we got the hammer. I got eaten by a deep swimmer. Then I was fine again because I can be a spaceship now. And then we all feasted an hour.
Are you back in your body? Or did the deep swimmer make off with it?
No, we got it back. Stax somehow managed to fix the torn apart head. I'm not going to question it because then he'll
Stax
say that it
rolled
actually still
amazingly
looks
on the
terrible.
fix check.
Oh yeah, he
So-
did. So yeah, he's just so
It's
amazing.
true.
He made
I got a
he made a
crit.
perfect copy of Cooper's head
Yep.
to replace his previous head. And I'll take that. And yeah, we decided to go to Yolanda. That was where we decided to go because it's like we should probably not keep jumping into random places because so far that's got us. Well, it's got me killed repeatedly. Everyone else has been generally all right. If we go to
So-
Yolanda, we can sell some of our food and water, and also we've got a bunch of money so we can fix the ship.
So S2 you're jumping to on the board.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, in which case, I think you know what to do. Give us a roll.
Oh, here we go.
It
One
will
thing
take
on our
2
way out
days,
is
bear in
we-
mind,
we-
to get to the edge of the system, and then
Yep.
it'll take you 6 days to jump. So,
On our way out, we did want to do a bit of scanning of the other planet just to see if there was anything interesting we could spot.
okay, so you're going to spend 2 days going to the other planet in the Yolanda system. Not the Yolanda
Can we
system,
scan it
sorry.
from where we are, or
No.
will we have to
Well,
be
you
closer
can.
to
It'll be a
see what's
-1.
going on? That's all right.
Okay, make it a intelligence notice. Sure.
Yay, Delilah's opinions matter.
Intelligence notice with a -1. There'll be a -2 because the ship's fallen apart.
Yeah.
5. Is that number?
So, if I bring up the world here. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Oh, I thought you rolled 5 on your pilot. I was like, fuck. Here we go
No,
again.
all right.
Delilah back to coma.
So, Thor A3
Delilah's opinions don't matter anymore.
is another ocean planet that has been similarly poisoned, but seems to have a much higher concentration of toxic chemicals in the atmosphere and also in the water as well.
Awesome, we picked the right one.
It does appear to have large areas of metallic compounds and ceramic compounds that seem to be, if not man-made, then made by intelligent beings and processed and dumped together. Through the atmosphere, you can't really tell, especially with that sort of a notice roll. But it does seem like there was at least some point intelligent species here making constructions. That's about all you can tell from this distance.
All right. See, it was the other side of the war. But maybe no one survived on that particular planet. All right, then. I guess we'll try the piloting rolls.
Okay, so you spend 2 days getting to the edge of the system then, and then do your pilot roll.
Here we go. Oh,
Can I ask a question?
Okay, do you want to ask a
Something
question before
just
he
occurred to
rolls?
When Delilah got brain damage as a result of the coma, what was that?
Brain damage.
Yeah, and how is that expressed?
So she has effectively some of her reasoning is gone. It's like only a tiny bit. Like it's not
The
massive.
part of her
lots
brain was literally
Yeah.
damaged.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so in case you don't know the mechanics behind it, at the same time that she got brain damage, she also leveled up, and so I spent a skill point to buy back the point that I just lost. So effectively, it was a net 0. I just had to waste a skill point to do that. So
Okay.
I imagine it was just she was
That makes things a
so
little bit
heroic
complicated.
that she got
You
through
see-
the coma.
While we were gone, or while I was gone, Ulysses got really good at fixing people. Like, really good at it.
He'd been hanging out with the people on the planet quite a while, and they were a Sonic Academy. So
Yeah. And like, if he can regrow limbs, attach severed heads, and completely cure congenital birth defects, what are the odds that he'd be able to, like, I don't know, massage the neurons back into place that got damaged when he put it in a coma?
possible.
I mean, are you talking about story-wise, or are you saying like, give me my skill point back so I can spend it on something else? Because
I'm just saying that, it's now an option, and Ulysses kind of feels bad. Kind of feels bad that she was flopping around like a fish, having a massive seizure while he was trying to help.
If you want to try it, you are free to.
Oh,
That'll definitely be something that he could maybe work into the
Just
role.
don't roll a crit fail.
there you go. You mean you don't mean retcon. You mean like upgrade. Cool. I like it. Let's RP that stuff.
Yes.
All right, Bentham.
That was just
Please
a
don't
question.
fail.
Oh yes, roll the things.
it's going to
Don't
give me
fail.
time to change the macro because I forgot to put the -1 in. Here we go. I forget what the target is, so we'll just roll and hope it's high.
You guys saw that the skill changed, yes? It's no longer through
10?
roll 3d6, drop 1. You know that?
Wait, what? Where?
Specialist no longer is roll 3d6, drop 1. What's your skill level in that skill? Are you level 2 specialist or level 1?
Level 1 specialist.
roll 1d8 plus 4 instead of roll 2d6 when you're a specialist. It changed.
What?
Yeah, I just threw it in the
That's
Skype chat
terrible.
a few minutes ago.
That's
Yeah, I
worse.
noticed that.
Okay.
No, because the minimum's 5 plus modifier. That's actually a really good thing because your likelihood of failing is like pretty much gone. It saves your ass from failing.
Right.
Because when
D8
you roll
plus
3 natural
4,
ones.
and then
Oh,
plus
yeah.
2 because of skills and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, so do I still add for my intelligence and stuff? I guess.
Yeah, all of the modifiers. Instead of 2d6, it's 1d8 plus 4 plus the other stuff. Which,
So
by the way,
1d8
Oh,
plus
we're not
4 plus
starting
2.
stuff. I thought it was just the +4. Okay.
Yeah, 1d8 plus 4 plus 2.
Well, then I get a 14 because I rolled a perfect 8. So there we
Nice.
go.
Bentham, I could kiss you.
Best roll
That's
ever.
that's pretty
Cooper,
damn good.
I could kiss you.
So, with
Do you just get there like instantly? I just pressed the button and we're there. Like, you see, I told you I was a good pilot.
and then it turns out it's still in the same system. You just turned around. No, with seeming ease, whether it's because Cooper now has a new body, or whether it's because he just wants to prove you all that he can actually pilot the ship properly instead of getting you all almost killed, you make it exactly on time to within about, roughly the minute that he claimed to get into the Yolanda system. And with that, you appear back at the edge of the Yolanda system 6 days later. During that 6 days, however, Ulysses and Delilah.
Yeah, so, I'm sure with 6 days, there's lots of just chatting and things like that.
I can start it up if you want.
I would certainly be inquiring as to people, how are you feeling after that? And especially with Delilah, like I would be inquiring as to how she's feeling after her brush with the deep powder, because a lot of the details of that are clear to the rest of the crew. Like, they don't know exactly what happened to her when she used it, but they're aware that it awoke abilities and deep swimmers and all of that kind of nonsense ensued. So yeah, there'd be lots of questioning around, and he'd be the caring friend, just going around the crew, making sure that everyone's feeling okay. I'm not sure exactly what state everyone was in, like when towards the end of the last episode, but as I understand, Bentham's character got utterly mangled, and probably everyone else was a little bit weary.
So, when you asked Delilah that, she'd be like, honestly, it was different. I saw things, I experienced things, but I mean, I feel all the better for it. There's a part of me that I feel like since I took such an excessive amount in such a short period of time, I have a hard time thinking. Things are always seems to be a little bit foggy, but that might be because sometimes I'm just not seeing things now like I saw them before. I see things then and there, but now and reverse. Anyways, I'm fine. Actually, how are you? You were really torn up about your friend. I mean, I know that I had my concerns about Cooper, but you were really upset when all that happened. I mean, all the things you said about metal men before, and then I'm not trying to twist the knife here. Just, are you okay?
It's still unclear to me how much he knew, when he knew it. I'm not one to doubt someone at their word, and yet it's disquieting to learn that, well, if nothing else, that we failed him so poorly that he ended up like this.
I was not there to see it as me, but for some strange reason, I have those memories, probably because of this latent ability that the deep powder awoken. I would not put that on you. If I remember, that person tried to save you when someone else killed you, and then he kind of, well, not he, it kind of snapped, and I would not take the blame for what happens to Cooper. I honestly, he seems not bad. I was concerned. I had my concerns. I've worked through them. Cooper actually seems like he's legitimately trying to figure out himself and find his role in a positive way with us. So
Much has changed for him. I do not doubt that it is a difficult transition, but a lot happened in those months everything that happened with you. You were asleep for much of it, and even that was difficult. I'm very glad that you came out of that unscathed.
Well, I mean, I'm fine. I wouldn't say unscathed, but I'll be honest with you, Ulysses. Had I been awake during it, it may have even been more traumatizing. I've heard little tidbits of what you've had to do to survive, and I just don't know if I have the stomach for it. That seems like the better option for me. We're all backed into a corner. So again, I ask, are you sure you're okay?
As sure as I can be. I try not to worry about things I cannot change. It serves no purpose. I cannot make metal men into real men. There are stories of Fae who could do that on my world, and wooden children, but children's tales, those. Perhaps if we come to a sufficiently advanced world, they'll have magics or machines that can do something for him.
I'm not going to sit there and hope for things like that, because hope for things you can achieve. That's what grandmother always said. So you I mean, if you say you're okay, I honestly thought you were going to leave us. I won't lie. How close you were to them, how little you interacted with us at the last bits of time that we spent there. I honestly thought you were going to leave us, and I was a little worried. I didn't know if I was going to stay. So
there was a lot on my mind, and it is easier to focus on what I can do than what I can think of or say when those times are upon me. And true enough, I was close to the warriors there. They were good people. They have honest hearts. I would be lying if I did not confess that the thought had crossed my mind. I had been offered a place, but I don't think my place on the crew is over just yet.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the whole honest hearts bit. I can't lie to you. We've kind of come to an agreement that we shouldn't be lying to each other. You know how Cooper got that new armature that Stax and I found down in the what was it, Thor? I think the ship was called Thor. Well, we built a safeguard into it. Nothing dangerous. It's a safeguard that Stax put in there that should Cooper go all, what did you call him? Deep Sand or something?
Sandeep.
Sandeep. So should he go that way, it would more or less kick out the power cell that keeps him active. And I don't want you to find out because you just saw it happening. I want you to know.
Booby trapped his body?
Not exactly. Well, yeah, actually, exactly. Yeah. Yes. I would have spoken with you about this before, but again, you were very distant from us at the time, and I couldn't get to you. Strangely, had a different accent too. I don't know.
I don't even want to know what
Welshnip's worst nightmare. He was English for a day.
Yeah, I know.
That hurts my soul.
That's okay. No, you had a Welsh accent.
What?
People kept shooting longbows
How
at you too. I don't fucking know.
This will only activate if he were to attack us?
Stax knows the particulars. I honestly don't even know how to make it work. Again, you need to know things. It would be unfair for me to keep this from you.
Thank you for your honesty.
I do want to point out one tiny detail, and I think this is a point of self-preservation and not a point of concern. Well, not much of a point of concern, but when he died down in the water, Cooper, he knew that he was going to come back as the ship. He knew that he had the backup, and he didn't share that with anybody else. That's not... I think it was a matter of self-preservation when we all found out what he was and he found out what he was. I think he was just scared of how people would react. So just little... He didn't share it with any of us, but obviously we discovered shortly thereafter, within an hour. But I just think it's time that all of us kind of come clean Maybe even tell him that we have that safeguard put in there. Make him know that.
Indeed, it would be difficult for us to come clean, as you put it, when there's still dirty secrets between us.
Which is why I'm trying to.
And I
have this with
appreciate
you.
it. Truly, I do. And I reach up and I sort of lay a hand on her shoulder and nod. Perhaps I will talk with him about this. You said that Stax did this when he was repairing or investigating the armature?
Yes, but again, I asked him to do something. This was not Stack's idea. At least if he had the idea, he did not express it until I had mentioned something. So I was scared at the time. I've had days to think about this and process it. Stax thought it was at least worth merit enough to look into. So don't take full. He's not fully blamed here. It's equal.
There's no blame here. We saw what Sandeep did, and whether by choice or not, Cooper now finds himself in much the same shell. Whether he's cut of the same cloth, who can say? It's a complicated situation. I dislike these things, but I think it would be best if he knew.
Well, thanks for, I suppose, not freaking out. Things didn't go so well last time, and I again,
We've
there
all
was
had
so much in so little time, and I've had time to think. And as I said, things are a little murky now compared to how they were before. It's hard, but I've had time to think. It just takes me a few moments, and I think I found my heart.
Yes, you have. And for what it's worth, and as odd as this may sound, I am very glad that you stayed with us. Both in leaving the last planet and in making it to the last planet. There were moments where I wasn't sure that what we'd done was enough, but it seems that we've all come through this well enough.
Right as you say that through the loudspeaker, you hear, "Robot emulation of Cooper, where the fuck are my socks? I can't find them anywhere."
You get back on the P. I don't know where your damn socks are. Why would I know where your damn socks are?
Because y'all are the one fucking moving them. I walk into the room with the two of you.
The bridge here.
I just look up
Leave me alone.
at Stax when he walks through the door. Cooper is stealing your socks?
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this fucking guy. And I walk past you to the cockpit. You can roll notice if you want.
Okay. Sure.
Is this to notice that, like...
And I'm
Notice
actually
Delilah has a stack
telepathy
of
on him
socks
as well.
behind her. She's carefully shifting.
I'm also using telepathy on him. Is he genuinely, frustrated with Cooper right now?
Mm-hmm. I don't know where my sock is, and it's his fault. Fucking robots.
So as far as... Okay, no, that's cool. I will roll notice, but just for the sake of not getting it. Is that wisdom or intelligence for notice?
Wisdom. Five.
You notice that my sock is stuck to the back of my track jacket while I'm walking to the when I'm walking to the cockpit.
Without doing anything or moving, the sock flops off his back and lands on the floor with a disproportionately loud thud for a sock.
There's a stacks behind you, like a object hitting a metal floor pretty hard.
When it was one of them, fucking Cooper must have dropped this one on his way to the fucking cockpit. I snatch it up and put it in my pocket.
I just sigh and I shake my head. Like I'm no.
Okay.
You said you put it in your pocket. Stax. I suppose in short, I told Ulysses everything.
Like, about life or like what?
My favorite poem that I read as a child. What do you think about Cooper?
Oh, yeah. I figured it was prudent given the fact that the previous robot we had in the crew tried to murder us. I don't know if it was like a robot thing or what that is, but all you gotta do is say the safe word now and it deactivates him.
Oh, that's how it was. A safe word.
Safe
Oh,
word?
I couldn't remember it. I think it's pineapple or unicorn. No. Pegasus? No.
You know, now that you mentioned, I can't remember either.
What was it?
Uh-oh.
God damn it.
Oh, shit, that's not good.
You know what we should do? We should play Pictionary with him and see what happens. It's an it's an excuse to yell random words at him and see if we can find out what the trigger is.
Robot Koopa. I pushed the button on the wall. Spaghetti. Platypi. Battle axe.
I
you
walk
get hold of some more
over
of
to
that
where
powder?
Stax is doing this, and I just put my hand over the comm as if it's going to stop it going through. And I just say, is it wise that this happened while he's flying the ship?
He already made his roll. It's fine.
And suddenly, the wall against which I was leaning shatters, and I tumble end over end.
There is an avalanche and everybody dies. In space.
Yep. Space avalanche. The Langoliers come. We're all dead.
The Langoliers. Oh, I haven't seen that movie in. Every time somebody rips a piece of paper, I can only think of Langoliers. Every time. It's so funny. It's like, triggered, Langoliers. Sorry.
Good old Stephen King. What, with my hand over it, since Stax doesn't seem too phased by the idea, I go on to say, we should tell him.
We should tell him that I put a safeguard in his robot body and then promptly forgot what the safe word was.
Perhaps not that.
I don't know if that's a wise idea.
Perhaps you should word it differently.
Well, I mean, if we're in the spirit of honesty here, I don't think, like, we should either tell him that we don't know the password that I put inside his brain because I forgot, or we should just not tell him at all. No harm, no foul. It's like there was never a safe word in the first place if nobody knows it.
Until in some random conversation at some important juncture in the future, someone else says the safe word and wonders why he suddenly stops moving.
Yeah, something tells me that the galaxy or whatever higher power it is that controls all that is might have repercussions. What's that old word? That word for when things bite you in the ass? You know, a ridiculous number of people believe in it.
Painful?
Fleas?
No. It's like cantaloupe. No, that's a fruit. Car? I think it's car. Carmen. I think it's Carmen. Carmen might bite us in the ass.
I think I noticed Carmen.
Yeah.
She's a little overpriced, though.
Oh, well, wait.
I think everyone is speaking in riddles and it is making my head hurt.
Well, either way, I think the galaxy might bite us in the ass if we don't figure it out, so.
Cooper, are you done in the cockpit? Can you come to the mess hall?
I can leave for a bit. The ship's on its course.
And then I walk away from the comm and I go and sit down again.
I'll put the autopilot on and wander up to the mess, wondering what's going on and why Stax has gone insane. Is
You
raving
find
about
Stax
socks and
there
random
having
words.
a sock like half poking out of his pocket.
There's your bloody sock.
That's just one of them. I know
Why would
what
I
you do
even
with
have-
the other one, you bastard. You robot sock-stealing bastard.
I don't even need socks.
I look at his feet. Does he have normal feet, or are they like robot feet?
You're wearing your normal armature, aren't you? You're wearing the Echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got normal feet.
I mean, I
don't-
have socks, but I
Exactly.
need extra
Liar.
socks.
Your socks right there on your feet. Why you wear them if you don't need them? You might as well give them to me. Greedy
Your own
sock
damn
bastard.
socks. Why am I here? Is this about the socks?
Partially, it would be best if you didn't steal Stax's socks, and I think he would prefer it if you gave it back. A joke
Thank
is a
you.
joke, but
Some sanity.
I gesture at myself, but there are clearly no socks on my person apart from the ones I'm wearing.
I give him the sort of look like, If you've lost his sock, then it would only be fair that you give him one of yours.
This is not... Was this the only... I'm gonna go back to the... Whatever.
No, Cooper. I think Stax is just trying to work through his own emotions his own way.
He has something important to tell you that he did to you.
Yeah. We did to you.
I
He
look
was
with
the one who did it.
confusedly at everyone.
Delilah may have given him the idea.
It involves a straw? Never mind. Not going to revisit that.
So, you may not want to use the big giant armature if our particular enemy happens to be a dictionary or somewhat verbose. I'm just saying.
I mean, I wasn't planning on using it in my everyday life. I imagine it will come in useful when it comes to people trying to kill us.
Sure.
If we ever hop over to Persephone again, I'll probably, switch over to that just before we finish our jump. You never know.
Yeah, just don't wear it to the
Are you
library or
certain,
anything.
considering what happened to Sandeep?
He was different.
How?
He occasionally went mad and killed people.
But he was also a robot longer than you.
Is it perhaps some sort of metal madness?
Or maybe just after so many injuries and repairs, malfunctions happen. I mean, it's a piece of machinery. Our ship isn't up to speed. You complain about it every time.
He was some crazy mix of protocol droid and some sort of battle thing.
Listen, from where I'm from, that's not.
As if you were piloting a body made to destroy things, when normally you are not. Well, except for the deep swimmer, which, again, I'm still impressed. But generally, you have not been the most combative individual. One could say you have the presence of a protocol thing.
I think in the Nemesis Arbiter, I'll be a clumsy mess, but I'll be a little bit better at dealing with anything that throws itself at us.
He's so happy. I can't keep this going. Look how happy he is when he talks. I put a bomb in the armature.
It's not exactly a bomb.
What?
It's not exactly a bomb.
I look deeply shocked at this. A bomb, and I turn around to look at Delilah.
No. It's not a bomb. It's designed to disable to remove your battery when you're in there. Your what's that? Power cell. It pops out your power cells so that you just power down. You don't blow up.
Just in case you try to murder us.
So it just shuts me down. I appreciate the trust you have in me.
No, I mean it's like a bomb. It's like a booby trap bomb.
Have you put this in this too?
The booby trap.
No,
that body's fine.
Well?
No, that one's good. I mean, it's got a weird fucking sock stealing tendency, but no, it's fine.
Forget about the damn socks.
I will not. My foot is cold.
I just reach down and I take off the hide wraps I've got around my feet and I throw it at Stax. Just one of them.
Oh, good lord! What is this made out of? A weasel?
It smells a lot.
There's a goddamn skunk on your foot. You wear
Cooper,
a sock like a normal human being, Yuli.
Since he fixed you, you do twitch a little bit on your cheek. I just since we're talking about that armature, anyways, I thought I'd point it out. It twitches sometimes. It's a little twitch. It's just when you're engaged in long conversations, you notice it, and sometimes you stare at it. And I just want to let you know that if my eyes drift when I'm talking to you, your face twitches a little.
All right. Well, I mean, my face did get bitten off at one point, so that makes a bit of sense.
But no, not that body. Only the other one. And as you and I kind of know what happens between you and Sandeep better than the others, because they weren't there. They didn't see it. They just saw like a video recording. I have memory as though, and you actually experienced. So that being said, you and I both know how dangerous he was. And in the moments, there was a lot of moments. Time has passed. It's been over a week since then, and we've had time to calm down and really think about it. But in the moment, it was scary. We were all scared. We've moved past that. You're now aware of the fact that it's in there. Maybe it could be removed. Maybe it shouldn't be. What's your opinion? What if somebody else was to have their program or whatever loaded into it? Maybe it's good for us to have that in case that ever happens to us in the future.
I suppose if it's not misused, then it will never be used. So as long as no one's trying to try anything, and I look pointedly at Stax to try and sit down in the middle of anything I'm doing, it should be fine.
There may be a problem with this. Apparently, Stax set it to activate on a certain keyword.
It's true.
Right. I guess I should know this word? Actually, I probably don't want to know it. No, I do want to
This
know
is
it.
why you don't
100%.
want to know it, because apparently Stacks doesn't anymore.
Yeah, it's funny you should mention noting it because I probably should have.
It may be unicorn.
What?
Or
Well, I was gonna write it down, but then I lost my sock, and I was pretty sure you did it, and so I came out here, and then I got this awesome shotgun. And anyways, the long path of
So-
forgetting.
Wait, that happened over a week ago. You were just going to write it down now?
Well,
did you
sometimes you
only
don't have
just
time to
forget it?
I don't understand why this conversation has to be about me. Why is everybody talking about me right now? Why can't we just move forward with our day? We don't know what the word is, but neither do our enemies.
Which means
And-
at any
It's
point...
a shame we don't know how uncommonly spoken the word is. That would be helpful to know.
Was it a common word? I asked, looking to Delilah.
Yeah. Honestly, I can't remember what it was either. Assuming he told me the
fucking
correct
Delilah.
one. But it was a word in intergalactic basic, or whatever it is that we whatever language we speak.
You speak English.
Well,
English.
I just hope that it isn't like oak tree, and the next planet we go to is covered in oak trees.
Well, if it is, then at least we'll know as soon as we hit the planet. We'll be like, hey, look at that oak tree. Oh, we found the
And
word.
we will promptly crash.
Oh,
Well, I mean, why don't we
Perhaps
just
we
not
should stop
speak to him while
talking
he's
Cooper
flying?
whenever he's doing anything important.
But only in that body. Only in that body. Stacks.
Yeah, only in that body. So you just have to use your normal.
How do I know if he's lying? Is that a wisdom talk?
charisma notice and Stacks make a talk check.
I'm not
Charisma
lying.
notice.
I didn't.
Yeah,
I only
can I
put
do
a
that
piece
too?
up
Make a
big
talk
on the
check.
tree.
Yay!
that too.
All my penalties are finally gone. Woohoo! And I rolled double sixes. Critical success on a stupid
Oh my
roll. What? Critical success on a stupid roll.
Wow.
I gotta still beat him.
Stacks got a crit fail, and Delilah got a crit success. Yeah,
That's
Stacks.
amazing.
Legitimately has now forgotten the word, even if he hadn't before.
Stacks does seem to be being truthful, but I don't know. The way he's haltingly getting out the words, maybe he's hiding something.
I'll take mental note of that.
Cooper, he's being
Is that the
truthful.
same as what I get? Oh, okay.
Well, you got a 3. You're not worthy of getting anything more, but
You're not worthy.
But you
Like,
wish you were rolling that
good,
1d8 plus 4.
Good, because why would you even put it in this body? I can't kill anyone in this body.
It's true. You are quite flaccid and pale in that body. It is true.
So apparently quite adept at stealing socks. Really, you should stop doing that, Cooper. It won't
Yeah, why
win
don't
you
you
any
just-
companions.
Why were you talking about socks? So, okay, so I'll make
don't
sure
you
not
ever
to use
steal
the
his-
armature. Can we go, does that still activate if I'm not in it? I guess I can go stand there and say words at it until I manage to guess what random inane word you picked for it.
Seems like you are a computer now, so you could just run an endless string of every word you know through your head at a billion a second, see which one deactivates you.
Maybe I can do that. I'm still working this out. It's weird. Oh, at least you told me. That's nice.
Yeah, I thrive on being. Why do you always steal my socks? Look at Yuli's. He's got skunk butt socks. Look at these skunk butt socks. Don't you want to steal these? Steal these instead. Here you go,
That
Yuli.
is actually the
I need to
palatable
get
wolf.
back to piloting.
Well, this wolf
I didn't
smells like
steal
a
your
skunk.
damn socks.
Anyways, Cooper, we just thought everybody's heads are a little bit more removed, and we just thought you should know because honesty is a really important thing.
My head is
Here.
removed.
We all need to start stopping with the lying.
Fair enough. I do appreciate learning about it this way rather than by being shut down in the middle of doing something.
Such as attacking us, because really that is the only purpose it was installed.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel like it might get used if I'm being annoying as well. I'm sort of glad that Stax has forgot the password.
I am reasonably pleased to note that he cannot pin you off at stealing his socks.
Never
It seems like an
underestimate
abuse
what
of
I can
power.
or cannot turn off. And I walk back into my room.
I want to keep my cabin door locked.
That would be wise.
Do you
Whether
still
I'm in
need to
there or
use
not,
a
you're not
cabin?
going in there looking for damn socks.
The way you say that sounds as if you have socks to hide.
I don't have socks. I've got 2 socks. I don't need any more socks. Blowing socks. I've got piloting to do. We're making good time, I think. Probably.
And with that,
And I said-
Cooper storms back off to the bridge. Ulysses, Delilah, make notice checks.
Sure. I have a feeling I know what this is for.
I got a 6.
8.
You both notice that at the back of Cooper's head as he goes to storm off, just visible is a small crack where his cranial cavity closes up around his, basically his phylactery, like his controlling part of his brain.
Mm-hmm.
And you can just see that this crack because there's a tiny bit of what appears to be a sock just trapped in the back.
I look across to see if Delilah has noticed the same thing.
Just, let Stax find it.
That is probably best.
And with that,
And yeah.
I'm gonna go make cupcakes.
I love the fact that he's got a sock in his head. He doesn't even know what kind of system doesn't have internal sensors to discover foreign bodies. That would be like one of the first things that I put in a highly sensitive, advanced piece of equipment. Is like, am I unintentionally a vessel for stock stowaways? Seems
was
like
there,
a
but-
reasonable sensor.
But Stax forgot to plug that wire back in when he put them back together from like being all exploded and stuff. No, really, since we're approaching what's his name of this planet again? Yolanda.
Yolanda.
For the first time again, I'm going to make cupcakes because something just pulls me to want to make cupcakes right now. Something muffins.
Oh,
I
no.
mean muffins. Something just makes me want to make muffins now. I don't know what it is. Something.
Yeah, I thought that was where you were going, but since you said
Yeah,
cupcakes, I
muffins.
was like, okay, Delilah's a cook. Fair enough. Doesn't seem too surprising.
I'm gonna make muffins. Something tells me to.
Okay.
So what do I roll for that?
it would be a work check.
With what skill?
Work. With what attribute you mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wisdom.
Wasn't a crit.
That's probably a
two.
4 minus 2. 4 minus 2, yeah.
Delilah, you bake these muffin-shaped treats out of what rations you have on board. Now, bear in mind that what you have on board is mostly meat and kelp from the planet you were just on. They're probably protein-licious.
Meat muffins.
Yeah, after
Come
a
and
few
get your
hours,
meat pies.
you place
Just
these
fucking call 'em
muffin-shaped objects
artisanal.
down in front of Ulysses.
Yeah, just call them artisanal and have a guy with a head wrap sell them, and I promise they will sell at the airport.
There
People
you
are like,
go.
oh, they're artisanal.
Oh, it's your lovely meat pies. What's that character's name? Mrs. It's like Mrs. Moffat's meat pies or something. No.
You're
No.
thinking of Sweeney
Mrs.
Todd.
Lovett.
Yeah.
If we're yeah, it's Mrs. Lovett.
Love it. That's it. Mrs. Lovett's meat pies.
I look down at it. What does it look like to me? Because, I'm not actually, that. I didn't notice there was anything wrong with the fuel muffins before.
Make
Is there
notice
like a
check?
A no check or something I could do? Like, yeah, this doesn't look like a
Yeah.
muffin. From
It's
what I
a
understand
survival
of muffins.
check. It's a survival check.
Survival check.
Yeah.
Is this gonna kill me? I got an
How do you
8.
survive eating this?
So it looks like someone had got, like, some meat, minced it to make into, like, a meatball or something, used maybe the kelp as the bulking agent like you would normally use for onion,
Okay.
cooked it far too long because they left it in for how long you would normally leave, like, a muffin in rather than just
Okay.
frying a meatball. And it's probably mostly charred around the edge. There might be some meat inside it that's meaty.
This is my grandmother's recipe, actually.
I like
just,
the Crispies.
I didn't have any sugar, so You know, it's almost
Why
perfect.
would you put sugar on a meal like this? And I just like pull off some of the char and I just start eating it.
When you try and pull off some of the char, you like grab the edge and twist a little bit, and the entire muffin just comes out. Like it's not breaking. You try and nibble on it, and like little flakes of kind of charred meat just come off the edge. It's kind of solid.
Oh, don't be kind. You don't have to nibble. You gobble that up. You enjoy it. And I grab one of them and just walk out of the room. Can't wait to see this planet.
I use my telekinesis, which can apply force of how much actually is it? How much strength is involved in lifting 200 kilos? Quite a lot, wouldn't it be?
Quite a lot.
Yeah, I just mash it up, and then it's just basically flakes, little meaty chunks. I eat the meaty chunks, and then I just scrape all the flakes off.
Kudos to you,
Mashing up will
Abbott.
make a
That's
lot of
awesome.
noise, but
That's fine.
That's awesome.
it's just a doof, 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 doof.
No, because I can apply it as if I'm using both hands, so I've just
Oh,
got
yeah.
it in.
Yeah. That's awesome. Are you kidding me?
You hear the sound of something vaguely, like, getting ground into dust. It's a very low sound. And then, Ulysses, you are left with this heap of powdered...
You did say there were
Charred.
some meaty bits in the middle, though. I've eaten those.
They're like little bits.
Don't
Kind of
waste
chewy.
food
Were
where
they
I'm
like
from.
bacon, or were they like Canadian bacon, or were they like ham, or were they like beef?
Like,
I need descriptions here.
way too overcooked, like, pork. Like, it's really, really tough, but it's still vaguely meat in the center-ish, but it's very tough. Of course, grinding it up did kind of just coat that in the ground-up charred, like, carbon.
It's fine. I'm sure it's good for me.
Definitely.
Do I have to like do unarmed damage to enjoy mine? Or am I just, I'm just gonna if I can't chew it, I'm just gonna suck on it. It'll break down with the saliva eventually, I hope. I'm just gonna sit there and
The charcoal.
Good for the digestion.
I've eaten worse and less. Who am I right now to judge anybody's cooking?
Yeah,
anybody. I'm not
anyone
gonna
who
judge
comes
anybody's
in, like, who talks to Dalai and, like, the next day, notices that her mouth is just pure black. Like, it's almost pitch black, because she's just been chewing, effectively, a lump of charcoal
But
for the
your
last few
teeth
hours.
are going to be really, really white after you get it all rinsed out, if the internet is correct.
There we go.
If the internet's
When I
correct.
first encounter these muffins, I just like go over and pick one up. Like,
No, by the
I don't
time you
need to
get
eat
back,
anymore.
there's no muffins left. They are all just a small heap of charred and little grains, because Ulysses mashed them. No muffins left.
I remain glad that I don't need to eat food anymore. Does that use up rations?
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course it would have.
He used quite a
Try those
lot
recipes.
because he rolls so poorly, and it's pure meat. So you use like 6 days worth of rations, person
Oh,
rations.
jeez.
On the plus side, we've got a stack of carbon that we can use in some way.
Listen, making a cake is not very efficient use of the ingredients, right? But sometimes you need to celebrate somebody's goddamn birthday. And you know what? We love Cooper again, and we're being honest with one another. That's worth celebrating with meat muffins made out of deep swimmer and other terrible things. But no sugar. No sugar. I don't have sugar.
I just go get some of the preserved deep swimmer flesh. It's kind of like cockles and like mussels, just being in like this sort of preserving fluid, like well, probably not brine, but along those lines. And I just take some to my bunk, and I sit there.
They're not
just
alive,
eating
alive.
just eating it while staring up at the big deep swimmer head on my wall.
Okay, so I love it. Sorry.
Sorry.
I love that in the last hour, what we've done was eat terrible muffins, make Cooper hate us again, and have a conversation between Delilah and Ulysses. It was pretty much.
And lose socks.
Oh yes, right. We found the socks actually. I'm gonna check that one off the quest list because we've Ulysses
How much
has
XP do we
experience
get?
for that.
A little bit of
Yeah,
XP.
you gain like
No. Stacks, you don't get any
5
XP yet. You haven't finished
Oh, that's
complete
true.
the quest.
Neither Stacks nor Cooper know where the socks are, but Delilah and Ulysses,
Yeah.
they
I mean,
they
sure, you
solved
can use the makeup
sock
mechanic.
spawn.
I
You
don't
can use
know
the
how
makeup
this
mechanic
like
to help
gets.
them, but
How am I informed about these socks? Or is it kept secret and then you just sneak up on me and press the button and grab it and close it again? And I was like, oh, everything just jumped.
At some point, you're going to sit down in a chair and then go to get him. What? And I'm stuck on the chair. Help! I'm stuck on the chair. I can't. Head. No. And every time you try to pull, it feels like something's unwiring your brain. You're like, no, I'm stuck on the chair. Someone help. And then we discover you. Days later, stuck on the chair.
You just need like a kitten to like sit on his head and
just gets loose yarn stuck inside his head. Fantastic.
So, after a few days...
Has he got any penalties to his rolls because he's got a sock rattling around in his brain case?
It's not rattling around. It's perfectly pinched in that little crevice. It's fine. It's good.
Avic, at any point in time, did you find a reason to touch my brain piece and try to fix it? Or did you shy away from the option?
Shied away from the option for now because she didn't mention anything about it. And he doesn't necessarily know that she lost anything from it, only that she was really unwell. And when he was asking her, she was like, yeah, I'm fine.
So a few days later, you'd come out of the edge of the Yolanda system. There appears to be 2 ships in orbit, one of which seems to be some sort of small trader. The other one seems to be some kind of small passenger ferry, like a very small craft by comparison to most others, including by comparison to yours.
Well, it looks like the place keeps fairly busy. Ships come and go, so hopefully they've got a way of fixing them. We've got the money for it now. I make my way into the system. No reason to hang about.
Okay, that'll take you down 2 days to get to Yolanda.
Yep. I've been in space for 80 days. Didn't quite go around the world. We visited 3 of them.
We run around like some worlds.
Most of the time was spent lost in space.
Yeah. So what's the plan?
I point out the ships that are in orbit. It was a passenger ship, and what was the other one? Oh, trader.
Yeah, small trader.
I mentioned that's the others. Like,
a trader vessel. What would they have to trade?
Worth talking to. I guess we could hail them. I'm sure they'd be happy to say hi.
What do we have to trade?
Perhaps they like diamonds more than the Yolandans do on account of the fact the Yolandans practically live in them.
Yeah. Well, of course. Do we have an itinerary? Not an itinerary, like a list, an inventory? That's what I'm looking for, an inventory.
Yep.
Of all the things that we have on the ship. And do you have any way of looking up their relative value, or is that just kind of one of those figure it out as you go?
I've got here a list of all the stuff we've got and how much credits worth of stuff. I don't know if there's any changes based on what planet we're on or anything. I would guess that diamonds are cheaper here than other places. And I know that life support and rations are more expensive here because they all live in domes.
You've gone through Yolanda before and you've done trading with them. Did you keep any notation of what it is that they find valuable and what it is that they don't? Of course, other than diamonds and oxygen.
Nothing else springs to mind.
We didn't ask around?
Those are sort of the real defining features of the place. We didn't hang around for too long. We were trying to jump on and find somewhere to sell the diamonds, and then
you don't have to
nearly died.
You have to spend much time.
Though,
just kind of yeah. I thought we were moving past that, Cooper. And she says, like,
I mean, it's a hard thing to sort of get used to.
Well,
I've died twice now. It's a bit strange.
She's like, well, I suppose one of the first things we should do when we get there is go and hit up the market and see what it is that people are buying and selling and find the going rates compared to the other places that we know. If we're going to be bouncing back and forth between planet and planet, don't you think we should establish where things are valuable where? Obviously, diamonds and oxygen, but those are extremely rare in most places for transportation. I mean, things beyond that, less ridiculous items. So I'll get on that. Do you have a data pad or some sort of place where I can keep track of this?
Yeah, I'll give you this. You're probably better at this than me.
I'm trained administrator. I am.
I hand off my data slab. Don't lose it.
Yeah, you get.
Can't I just
somehow
get my
managed
own?
to keep hold of that thing this whole damn time?
Can I just get my own? Don't we have another one lying around the ship?
Do we have any more around?
Can't you
I got a
pop
couple
into
of
the
data
ship and then
pads.
check your pockets or something? Is that I don't know how that works.
I found a bunch of them. I've got 2 compads, so I would assume that I just put those in the common area.
Cool. In which case, mark down 1 compad. Derek, you've got a compad.
Cool. Oh, Candy
Are they
Crush.
different from a data slab, or is it just another
Yeah,
word
your
for the
data
same
slab can do
thing?
hacking really, really well. Compad can't.
Okay. Yeah, I
I think
keep
it's
this.
like
This is
100
mine.
versus 400
I need
credits or
this.
something like that.
Yeah, something like that, I think. It's a few hundred for the slab.
Yeah.
Oh, one more thing before I leave you alone, Cooper. How do I send file to everybody?
I guess I point out how to do that.
Oh, that's why there's more than 1 arrow. All right, cool. Thanks.
Cooper, you start getting kitten gifts on your data slab.
Yes.
Right, so what's the plan?
Really? I guess well, I'll say, should we contact the trader ships before we land? See if they've got anything interesting to give us? Or we have anything interesting to give them? Probably better to talk to them while we're still in orbit so we can dock if needed. Shall I hail them?
Yeah, I think we should. I mean, at least find out what kind of business they're into.
I'll make sure all the crew's in the on the bridge, and I'll open a hail over the channel. Yeah, one of those. I don't know what the terminology is in this universe.
Okay,
do I.
you send a message to the trader ship. It will take a little while, but they reply a few minutes later, saying that they are a trader ship for the Serene Anu States. They have a trading license. Under that agreement, they do some trading outside the area, and they tend to supply life support to places that need it.
When I hear this, I say, that's exactly what a pirate would say.
Is this like an open channel with replying and?
Well, yeah, you're
Or-
close enough
or
now
is
that you
this-
can kind of do a reply back and forth, and it'll take like a few seconds of light lag, but other than that, you're good.
I'm out of
Is what
out of
Stack says
character,
broadcast
should we-
back over to their ship, or do we prevent that?
Up to you.
I will try and prevent it if at all possible.
Do I offer them muffins?
Oh dear.
AKA a pile of carbon.
Or a bomb, one of the two.
Yeah, but when we see the message, I go, Serena States rings a bell. That name's come up before.
Has it?
Yeah, I could have sworn. I think it's some sort of local faction.
Mm. So what do they sell? Well, they opened up and it was oxygen, life support, and what were the other things? Do you remember them?
I think they just said life support.
Oh, it's just life support to planets that need it. Oh, we don't need that, do we?
Well, I mean, our stores aren't full. They'll sell it cheaper than on the surface.
Does it seem like their ship has a spike drive? EE.
Yeah, no, their ship definitely has a spike drive.
Okay. Well, you're selling life support, and I mean, we have a bit of information if you're interested in trading.
Hey, you've got information, have you? You haven't got
Yeah.
any credits.
Oh, yeah, we've got credits, we got diamonds, we got all sorts of things that we can trade you with. But I think the information is better because one gets you money now, the other one gets you money for many years to come.
Well, what's your information?
We know a planet that needs lots of life support.
Aye, so do I. This one.
Sure, yeah, and I'm sure you sell life support here, but doesn't mean you have to hit only one planet on your route.
Make a... It's not trade, this is talk, because you're specifically trying to convince them of one thing rather than trade in general. I'd say allow you to use trade.
Trade charisma.
Yeah.
Okay. I have to roll this a little bit differently now because my trade is specialist 1, which is now 1d8 plus 4 plus and another 2. So 1d8 plus 6 is what I'm doing instead. Go over here. Ha! I rolled a natty 1, but no, that's still really good.
Okay,
Considering-
it was 7. Aye, and I've got no way to confirm your information. So, you could just be having me on.
Fair enough. Well, I figured I'd open comms and try to make a deal with you, but if you're not interested, we have other traders we can deal with. Have yourself a great day. Click. Close channel.
Okay, the channel closes.
All right, well, I'm sure we can trade with somebody else then. Listen, if they're not going to give us a deal, why even talk to them? You know, never buy things at face
for another
value.
jump.
We can get that stuff down below, can't we?
It's a bit of a premium down there. Want some more food? We're a little bit shorter on that than oxygen. Got 2 jumps worth of oxygen, jump and a half worth of food. Depends where we go next. Either way, I'll bring us in. I start sending off towards the. Can we see like what the? Because there's 3 different domes. Can we see what the different ones are about? Is there any particular differences between them we can see?
Doing so, it would be more doing a connect check to just ask around via comms and see what people have. Be a very
give it a try. All right. What would the attribute be?
Charisma.
Ooh, maybe this wasn't a good idea for me to do. I get an 8 though.
That was good. Good.
Yeah, no, quite quickly you find out
really
that
well.
several of the different colonies there do have slightly different specialties, just trying to compete in different areas because it's not really a big enough place that they can all compete in the same area. And you do find one that does have a shipyard capable of refitting frigates on the surface.
Well, once I work that out, I say, that's the one. Make the way there. Whether we trade or not, we have enough money thanks to the Star Games to fix the ship up enough.
Yeah, you know, help yourself to my wallet. It's fine.
I spin in my chair and look at him. I died there. I should remind you.
Didn't you
have
win?
to keep reminding you?
Didn't
That
you
sounds
win
like a
because somebody
Google
let you
problem.
win? Stax, didn't you win because somebody let you win? I vaguely
would you know
remember
that?
somebody intentionally. I vaguely remember somebody intentionally letting you win.
Well, I mean, it was sort of like he did something so horribly dishonorable that he decided to lend himself to my blade in order to try and atone.
Oh, that was Sandeep. Oh, okay. So it was Sandeep. Oh, okay. Again, things are a little hazy, but okay.
Sure.
I think it's better if it's our wallet. Otherwise, it'll be your wallet floating in space after the ship has fallen apart, because there's only so much gum you can apply to the seams.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how the guy without a wallet's always the one who wants to share, huh?
Oh, don't blame me when you're splattered across the face of an asteroid somewhere.
Fucking communism.
I bring us down to the planet. On our way, I hail the particular dome. Is it a different one to
this
the
is
one
a
we went
different
through
one.
before?
Yeah, this is a slightly
I hail
smaller
it
one because we went
saying-
to the lightest one last time.
I
Hey!
hail it saying we've got some damage. Oh,
How could I help you?
this is the DSR V1. We have sustained a little bit of damage. We need some maintenance. We've heard that you have a shipyard that we can make use of.
Well, for the right price we do.
We can make the price, I think.
Aye, will you be wanting workers and will you be wanting parts? From the look of your ship, on our sensors, it looks a bit damaged.
We'll work that out on the way. We have a mechanic on board, but he might want some help.
Aye, well, rent to the facility and all the equipment you'll probably need will run you to quite a pretty penny, if that's okay. If not, you can fork off elsewhere. It's up to you.
That turned quick.
We've got a pretty penny. We'll be fine.
Aye, good to hear. I'll be meeting you on the way down. Just set yourself down. I've put a location onto your nav. And you get a ding. A little thing pops on your nav showing you where they want you to pay.
Was that the government or is that just a business? She asks Cooper.
Don't know who. Who did I hail? I guess I attempted to hail whoever was in charge.
Well, I assume you hailed the shipyard itself, which is a business that has a large interest in that dome because it's probably the main thing that dome do.
So, head of the shipyard.
Oh, okay. Oh, that makes sense.
As we come into land, I look pointedly at Ulysses 8. Don't press any buttons.
It's the first time I've ever seen a ship land on a planet. I'm very excited. I'm looking out the cockpit. I'm like, ooh, do we always get to land on planets like this? This is exciting. Wow, it comes up fast. You know, range of emotions.
Like, weren't you? Oh, wait, yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, you come to settle down as you fly in. 0 atmosphere. It's a fairly low gravity world by comparison. You do see in front of you this huge kind of pit, large enough to take a ship, probably a little bit bigger than yours, with huge manipulator arms, pincers and claws, and several kinds of different like blade and welders just attached to them, all just kind of moving back slowly to accommodate your ship in there. And as you kind of bring it down and gently put yourself into the little area there, big shutter doors over the top begin to close and seal, and there's a and everything's dark, and then suddenly there's a as little lights flash on, illuminating the outside.
There we go. The nukes are hidden, right? We probably don't want them to see those.
Are you asking me, or are you asking the rest of the crew?
I'm saying it to the
yeah,
crew.
they're in that container with all that suppression stuff around it.
All right, that should be good. I mean, they should be working on the outside of the ship mostly anyway. Yeah, Stax, just be really sort of protective of the inside of the ship. You know, the outer hull's important. You can deal with the inside.
Dax, make a perception check.
Wait, Stax is staying to fix the ship? He's not coming out there?
I have no clue what's going on right now. I'm just gonna roll my, what was it, a fixed check, no check?
Perception.
Perception, gotcha. A 6.
As Cooper says this, and he's looking forwards out the front cockpit, and he leans forwards, you can see the back of his head. There's a slight end of what appears to be a sock between the two sections of his head.
You son of a bitch! I just took forward and grab it.
Cooper, you suddenly
yank
slam
his
back
feet
against
out?
your chair as someone grabs the back of your head.
I've got my foot on the back of the chair, and give me my sock! It's my sock, give me it!
What are you doing?
You sock stealing
Where's
bastard!
the sock?
Stax,
I guess I can work out. It's in my head.
Make an
It's
unarmed
just
attack
sock
to
in
try
my
and
head.
grapple him.
To grapple the sock? I'm grabbing the sock and pulling.
Yeah.
Can I unarm attack with dexterity?
I'll be
I don't
honest,
know.
Cooper's
I've never done an
taking this
unarm attack before.
Quite calmly, considering he's just realised
Sure.
that it's a
Yeah, because
sock
it doesn't
in
really
his
involve
head
much
that is
strength,
sort
so
of
I'll let
pulling
you
all
use
the
dexterity
insides
for
out.
this one in particular.
Okay, a 13.
That beats your AC, doesn't it?
AC's 14, right?
Is it?
In that
I thought it was.
armature? Is it in that armature? Oh yeah. Just go up for each level. Let me just check.
I use my ability to automatically hit.
With that, there's a sound of a as it tears, being trapped inside your very well closed head, and just unravels along the seam as Stax pushes himself backwards off the back of your chair, lands on the ground holding half a sock.
Ah, my sock! My
What?
foot will be cold. This is your
You've been
fault,
going-
robot.
We got on about this for days.
How
I
did
didn't
my
put it
sock
there.
hit your head? You hit
You
it
think
there.
I did it? If I open my head, I shut down. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how you did it, but you did it.
Either you're keeping socks in the workshop or you're working on my head in your room. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Does seem
None of
slightly-
this makes any sense.
I do like to fix things barefoot.
I'm keeled over, like laughing. I like punched Ulysses once, like a good punch, like, oh my god, this is fucking hilarious. And I'm like keeled over laughing.
Get it out of a damn
I'm
head.
just stood there looking at this cacophony of chaos, just kind of rolling around the cockpit right now.
So press the button or something. I don't know. Press it, take it out. Make sure you haven't like put any wires in wrong.
How many words do you remember? I think the wires are in fine, but do you feel like your vocabulary is shortened?
As far as I'm aware, I'm fine. Apart from the fact I've got a sock inside my head.
Well, I mean, it's an easy fix. All I gotta do is open your brain back up and take it out. I don't see what there is to be upset about. I should be the one upset. You're the one stealing socks.
And it's still open the damn head.
I
You know,
push
I
the
hate
button
to
to
do
open
that,
his
so
head.
As you open his head, Cooper, you stay conscious this time around.
Oh, okay, this is weird.
Your vision kind of pops a little bit forwards, and because your eyes get a little bit further apart,
Oh,
it's very
God.
weird. Your depth
Oh.
perception's completely thrown off. Stacks, there is half a sock in his head. It looks like that a screw
I
was
want to
maybe
know how
gone through
Cooper
at
is
some point.
reacting to this.
Oh,
being
God, what
aware.
did you do? Why am I still... This isn't right. This is... Put it back.
Stop!
Put the
Just hold
head-
still. Big baby, open somebody's head and they just lose their
Why
mind.
move?
Come on.
This is weird.
I gotta
I have too
unscrew
much
this sock.
space.
There's a sock
Close
screwed to your
the head.
brain.
Can I get... What? I still looking for the button, because I can close it, because I'm still conscious.
Okay, yeah, you close it, and it closes on Stacks' fingers.
Fucker! What are you doing?
Oh, God, what now? I told you to close it. Ah, I guess the front of my face is now okay.
Yeah, sort of. It's still kind of not fully closed because Stacks'
I
fingers are a
mean,
lot
if the
larger than
back
the sock.
hasn't closed, depending on how it's arranged, then the front of your face will be just kind of angled in slightly because
Yeah.
the back hasn't properly shunted back into place. So your eyes are probably cross-eyed right now.
They're still not perfectly in position. There is definitely a hand stuck in the back of your head right now.
Look, all you have to do is press the button and remove the socket. And
Stop
press the
moving,
button
Cooper, or you'll
I
make it
can't
bleed
push a
inside
button
your
when
head.
all my fingers are in your brain. Pushing buttons
Can I open it
necessitates
again?
fingers, Cooper.
It opens up and Stacks flies back again as he's been trying to pull out
Ah!
of there. Now your head's again opened.
I immediately close it again.
There is a sock
sock out
screwed
yet?
to your brain. I need to get it off.
But he's removed the sock, right?
No?
No, it's screwed to your head.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna close my eyes. Please take the sock out. I'm not supposed to be
there.
conscious while this is happening.
Take it like a man. It'll be fine. I unscrew the sock.
Okay. You get the sock
What-
out.
Make him do a roll. Make him do a roll.
Stacks, you notice while you're in there that next to his blue crystal phylactery that's in his head, there is a second smaller one that's maybe about half the size now, maybe a little bit bigger.
Ew. Cooper, do you feel pregnant?
What?
There's another crystal growing in here. I don't know if that's normal or
What?
not.
I think it is. I think it's just the new
Okay.
backup brain.
Do you feel
Please
it?
go.
When I poke-
Just are
you
you
feel
done?
that?
It's the sock out.
I take the
I think there
screwdriver
want
and
to
I
be two
poke it.
Coopers. I lean in, trying to get a look.
Cooper, you don't notice anything.
Like,
Yeah,
what do you
what
don't
is
mess
that?
with that? That's my brain. You're poking my brain.
Can we take
Oh,
it out?
no, it looks kind of
I
small.
like wave my arm around the back to like basically to check if like the area is clear so I can close it.
I poke his hand with the screwdriver.
There's a screwdriver, yeah.
Like, but get it. Why have you got your hands in my head?
Because my sock is inside your brain. We've covered this. I think you might
I
have
didn't
damage
removed
in
it
your
by now.
sock.
Just take the sock out. We're supposed to be fixing the ship.
Peering
All right.
over
Big,
over
big
Stacks'
type of
shoulder
button,
at all of
big
this going on.
sock
It's quite
out.
fascinating. I do murmur, it is a shame that you didn't install one of those shutdown keywords in this brain.
It can be done. Eventually, he's going to need to be fixed.
Like, what, pressing the button's supposed to shut you down when my head opens. I don't know what you did. Have you missed a wire
Would
or
he shut
something?
down if we pulled out the crystal?
That'd sort of half kill me. Maybe fully kill me. I'm not sure. Please don't do that.
I think the power cell. And I'm trying to like point at like some random wiring. I'm like, I think that's the power cell right there.
That's not a power cell. That's, well, that's linked to his synapse core. You definitely don't want to pull that. That'll really hurt.
Is the sock out? Tell me the sock's out.
Yeah, the sock is out. Just stay away from the synapse core. Don't touch that.
Wait,
I-
but is this on the power cell? I'm pointing like almost.
Or
the
about
same
this thing
spot.
which is blinking? And I
Oh,
I
dear
poke
Lord.
inside his head.
Stop
should've
messing
known
with my
better.
brain.
I exposed them
I
to
don't
too
mess
much
with your
shininess inside
brains.
your head, buddy. I push the button and close it.
Yeah,
Everybody
okay, now you've
pretend
got
you didn't see
Delilah
any
and
shiny
Ulysses'
shit in his
fingers
head.
stuck inside your brain.
Damn it.
Wait,
Unbeknownst to
ow!
them, I use my telekinesis to stop his head from being able to close on my fingers.
I was gonna say I'll use my fingers.
unless
to
his
As the
head
head
closes
closes,
with a
you'll
200
watch as
kilo
it kind of
force.
goes.
Oh, shit.
What have you done?
It won't close all the way.
The gears are
Hey,
probably
I can-
grinding now, trying to close.
Cooper, I think you got an actuator problem.
I'll help it out, and I take my hand out. And I'll just like try to punch it shut. Like
I
or
remove
like
my
a
hand and then I
palm
stop
shot,
using
like a.
telekinesis
Make an
immediately.
unarmed attack, Delilah.
Sure. Yeah. Make an attack roll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
stopped
Sure.
doing
Like
it
a
because I
monk,
only
aren't
did it to
you really
protect my
good at
fingers. Now my
punching?
fingers are out. So if she
Okay.
does actually punch, she's probably going to punch all the way in, and it's going to close on my fist.
Oh, hold on. I have to click over here
Well,
too.
as she
No
brings
extra
her fist back
modifiers.
to punch, it does close up because Ulysses stops doing the power.
Oh, then I won't. I pull it back. That's fine.
Just pull my hand back. That was close.
Whew.
So my brain is now closed. There are no people's fingers in it. There are no socks in it. Everything's fine again.
Apart from like some of
Yeah.
the gears have lost a few teeth here and
But,
there.
Like,
Cooper,
okay.
There's an
What?
actuator that makes your head close, and I think it's not working right. It closed
Oh, I
eventually,
wonder why.
but it's kind of like the Ziploc where the teeth won't go together right, so you're like, God damn it, and you're trying to get like the two little parts at the end done, but it won't do it. I think it's like that.
I won't lie. That was
Well,
pretty
that's just
fun.
great.
Hey, Stacks. Next time he breaks, can you have me like help in putting him back together? I'd love to learn how to. Like, there's
Please,
so many
no,
things
no.
inside there.
You
There's all
are
these little
forbidden
wires and
from
Yeah,
stuff.
all those
touching
things are really important and shouldn't be messed with.
Yeah, but I can
Any-
figure it out.
Anybody that thinks a battery is a synapse cord should not be working on the robot.
You just give me some your flashcards and I'll learn. Just like I learned everything else.
Cooper, does it make you feel better or worse that the person that wants to occupy or wants to operate on you needs flashcards in order to get the job done? Just go ahead and let's clear this up real fast.
I'm already feeling pretty bad about it.
What?
Everyone just stop opening my head.
Well,
Well,
hold
we
on.
wouldn't have had
Flashcards
to
are a
if you hadn't
solid
tried
form
to
of
hide a sock in
memorization.
there.
What's the matter with flashcards? It's a really good way of learning how to remember things.
I would prefer if you just didn't try in the first place.
I'm talking about when you're broken. I'm not saying let's rip you open now. You had a sock in you. You were broken. Next time you blow up from something, we'll fix you.
Or Stacks accidentally leaves his boot in your head.
Well,
Uh,
accidentally or otherwise, I'd love to learn how.
These aren't boots. These
That's
are Pumas, sir. These are expensive, fine track shoes.
What a puma? What's a puma? Puma.
I hold my foot up on the back of the chair. It's a suede shoe. Look at this thing. It's got a cat on the side and shit.
Wow,
That
that is
doesn't look
gotta
like
have
the
these.
Puma of legend from my world. They were creatures that could sing and bring other people and then devour. That looks nothing like a Puma.
Never heard of
I
a
don't
puma.
think these
Whoever
ones-
sold you this Puma hide lied. I'm
I
sorry.
don't think.
I
don't
just tap
think
him
this
on the
one
back
sings.
conciliatorily.
I
You
never
have-
seen one.
Have been fooled.
I think they're extinct. But at some point, they must have been really good at basketball or something because they put them on a shoe. I don't know.
The old government on my planet were named after various canine creatures. Nothing of this big cat that you're talking about. So never heard of a puma.
right, can we stop talking about animals and shoes and things? Let's just go fix the ship.
As you
Well,
look out
so
the front glass cockpit area, after having your constructive back and forth debate about Cooper's head, you notice that there's a technician standing there with a work kit and a hard hat, and he's just completely white.
Hi, I'm Delilah. Hold on, let me get my suit on. I'll come over and shake your hand. Hold
His toolkit
on.
like drops and just clatters to the ground, and like spanners roll out.
Quickly,
But
Delilah,
we've
seduce him.
traumatized him now.
No. Ew. And she goes and continues putting her suit on. Hold on, be there in a minute. Just wait right there. Yep. Just hey, you know what? Do we have any more muffins, Ulysses? I'll give him a muffin.
Stacks ate them all.
Oh, Stacks, you're so greedy.
I don't know what you put in those things. I've been a little farty ever since. I don't know if that's normal.
For you. My bunk's next to yours. It's pungent.
Black holes can't stop some forces.
Mind you, hers is, I believe, the diagonally opposite one of yours, which is the furthest of the bunks from yours. But, if I remember, I put my suit on to go out there
Okay.
because we need suits, right?
It'll take you a little while to put your suit on, and by
Yeah.
the time you go through the airlock system down below, the worker technician is nowhere in sight.
Is this toolkit left behind?
Like there's like a spanner. The rest of the toolkit looks like it's been hurriedly grabbed.
Okay, well, ooh, spanner. I'm gonna start learning how to work on Cooper sometime. I say to myself.
Please don't use a spanner.
She
Use
has
a
no idea what
crowbar.
that is.
Pry it open.
Well, I'm still conscious.
Barely. Okay, as you mill around down below looking, a few minutes later, another individual shows up, like a really tall, kind of bulky man with ginger hair.
Mm-hmm. I'll go to approach him.
You the guys that scared George.
Sure. If he's the one that's a little paler than usual, than most people, then sure, that
I
one.
mean, he's not only making up all these tall tales, he's here on work experience, but he said that one of you had your head exploded.
Nobody's head exploded. Nope. You want to come into the ship? Or, like, how do we get this started? We have the credits. You have the repairs. Can we get this working? I really need a drink, and so I'm hoping there's a bar nearby.
Hey, well, how many credits do you have? What do you need done?
Honestly, I don't know how much things cost. I'm going to defer that to Cooper. He's the pilot, so
excellent.
come
well,
with me.
Looking at that ship, that probably costs...
No,
you probably
Cooper
got
knows
lots.
these things. Come on. I can't speak for it because I don't know I don't have the authority to do so.
Well, you might want to get someone who has the authority to do so.
I tried to get a mechanic so he can come in and speak to him, and your mechanic ran off. Are you going to do the same thing, or are you going to come and repair?
Okay, you seem to be missing the point. You get whoever's in charge of your ship, who knows what they're talking about, to come and speak to me, and then we'll fix your ship if you can pay the money. You
Yeah, I get that.
don't know what you're talking about, and you've said you can't speak for the ship. So...
Wait, hold on. So you're going to tell me you know how to fix the ship from standing, what's 100 kilometers away and taking a glance at it? You're not even going to come in and check the systems or anything like that to find out what repairs need to be done? It sounds like you're trying to run a game there.
Cooper's synapse core is messing up again. Let me talk to this guy.
Does he say that too?
I say to Delilah,
Oh, okay.
He's got the suit on.
take
so
that
he's a really-
spanner and go practice on Cooper till I get back. It'll be fine.
Why don't you come out here, Stax? I'm talking to him at the moment. Come join me.
Okay.
So are you running a game here? Or are you going to do a proper diagnostic before you tell me how much I'm going to have to pay to do this thing?
I was giving you an estimate based on all the scanners we have in the side of the building.
Okay. What's your estimate?
My estimate is you're probably looking at around 60 grand. I would only know if I actually have a look inside the ship for proper, but my guess is, from what we're seeing, about 60 grand for your ship.
Sounds like a great starting point. Do you want to come
then
and
we've got
now do
window
those
tax,
diagnostics?
we've got air tax, fuel tax, then there's the pirate tax. So you're looking at there's a fairly sizable chunk there.
I'm sure all of that is completely legitimate. Come do the diagnostics. We'll work out the details, and I'm gonna go to a bar and get a drink.
Hey, fair enough. Well, if you go that way up the street and then take probably the third left, there'll be a bar on your side called Amali's. It's run by my brother.
Well, it sounds like you have a wonderful family. You got a bar in the family? I wish I had a bar in my family. She seems like actually like, oh, that's awesome. Does he give you free drinks?
No, he's actually a bit of a dick.
Oh, well, we all have one of them in our family. We call him Cooper. And she turns and starts walking towards the ship.
Fair enough. You're walking towards the ship, not the bar.
Like I said, I'm not going to the bar until things are taken care of, but I will remember those directions.
So you walk towards the ship. He goes with you, tentatively making sure that he's a few steps away from you. You greet at the airlock by Stax. Anyone else going to greet them? No? Okay.
How many people come in?
You apparently missed it. So, Stax, you are at the airlock. You notice Delilah and a very tall ginger man step inside who seems somewhat annoyed and put out. Hey, you
how's it
mechanic
going?
around
You the
here?
guy? Yeah, I'm that guy. Are you here to check it out and give us a appraisal?
Yeah, something like that. Who's she?
That's Delilah. She's our, honestly, I don't know what the fuck she is. I'll be honest with you. I'm not really sure what her job is. She's here. She touches things that are mechanical and they break, and then I clean it up.
Is she in charge or are you in charge? Like, who should I be speaking to?
Well, in general, it's more of like a democracy, but for the sake of repairs, you can talk to me.
Hi, excellent. Well, it was really nice talking to you, Delilah. I'm just going to go check some things out with Stacks, and we'll be back here in a minute.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
We should probably go look at the primary panel buffer overflow.
Yeah, sure. It's right over here.
Okay, and you go into the engine room, and as soon as the door closes, he's like, how the fuck do you survive with that?
It is a daily struggle. It is a daily... Sometimes we don't. We've lost crew. We have lost crew, and I've just stopped questioning it.
You know you have an airlock on board. I'm not sure anyone
Yeah,
would question it.
We've used that several times on unruly crew members. We seem to have some kind of asshole beacon that just collects and coagulates assholes, and then they just kind of gravitate towards here.
Hey, fair enough. Well, what is fixing on your ship?
Pretty much everything. I'll be honest with you. We got a string of bad luck and got stuck out in space, so just about everything's Jimmy rigged in here. Do I need to make a fix check to show him everything that's broken, or how do I show him like a collection, or would I just know the collection of systems that's broken?
Well, you have... The workshop needs fixing properly. The maintenance needs paying off, effectively fixing. Anything else that's broken needs repairing? Does the scoop need repairing, or did you... No, that needs repairing properly. It's still repaired.
I think everything is held together with tape.
Okay. Cooper's got the full list. Let's go over it.
Fuel bunker is functional. Fuel scoop was broken and we temporarily fixed it. I think the atmospheric configuration's okay. The lifeboats are temporarily fixed. And the workshop is just a mess.
Okay.
It broke and then we fixed it and then it broke again. Then we fixed it again.
Oh, which case it should have been fixable the second time. But oh well. So that's 4 systems.
Well, everything broke the first time.
4 systems need repairing. And maintenance. And how much is the maintenance?
How do you calculate maintenance? Is it something like 10% of the original cost or something? Or do you mean for the maintenance for the ship overall?
Maintenance of the ship overall.
Okay, currently we have got to 58,400 credits worth of maintenance needed.
Okay.
We don't need to do all of that. We just need to get it a little bit less, so we
slap some paint on it. It'll be fine.
Yeah. Work out the dents.
So I show him the workshop. I tell him about the fuel scoop, and basically I just take him through it. I'm like, yeah, I held this together over here with took a washer, and then I fucking rethreaded it, and it's a mess.
Okay, you show him all the things, and he kind of comes to a bit of a conclusion going through. Hey, well, your maintenance alone is going to cost you probably about 60k. You've got a few things that need fixing for a few modules. They're going to probably cost you about 2k each, and then there's maintenance on top. You've got your hiring people up. So to hire people up as well, probably a few grand on top of that. I mean, all told, you're probably looking at around 80k.
All right, so if you fix the modules, how much can you get done for 45? Like, I'm not asking you to haggle or anything like that. I'm just saying if I give you 45 and tell you to fix the modules first, then work on everything else, how far will that get us?
Make a talk check.
Damn it. This is not going to go well. A 9! Wow.
It's really good.
Hey, well, I can probably fix all your modules. I can probably have a few people. If you're going to help work on it and we can provide you with the stuff, I can probably have a couple of my guys look at it as well. Can't get you a full work crew. And then we could probably cut your maintenance down, because your maintenance needs doing, by probably, say, 30k worth of maintenance.
Yeah, that sounds all right to me. You want me to send this, so how do you want to do this work order? Like a deposit, or you just want the 45 up front, after the work's done?
If you've got the 45 up front, then I'll put you to the top of the queue.
All right, so I wire him the 45, and I give him the handshake. I say, all right, I'm looking forward to seeing. I'll be honest with you, keeping this place together has been a nightmare. So it'll be good to actually see some real welding and some actual bulkheads fixed instead of just kind of using whatever tops and sheets we can get together to make it work.
Okay. As you're walking back down into the central area, you kind of meet back up with Delilah again. Hey, Your lad says here you're paying 45 and you'll have all your modules fixed, a couple of my work crew, and about half your maintenance done. Does that sound fine? Because you're a democracy, apparently.
If Stack says it's good, then I trust his opinion.
Fair enough. Well, you're gonna have to find yourself some bunks or whatever. It'll take a few days to do this. There's a few places in town, or you can sleep on your ship if you want, but it might take a little longer if you're trying to cycle through different bunks and stuff.
Does your brother's bar have a few rooms overhead, or just a bar?
I think he's got a few rooms. If you don't mind, sheets that have been cleaned in the last few decades.
She looks
I tell
down at
him,
her very simple, torn-up clothes, and she's like, "Nope."
If I tell him you sent me, is that going to give me a discount or a surcharge? I grin.
Depends on his mood.
Yeah. Family, right?
Something like that. Alright, I'll get to work. Let me know what you want to do about where you're staying and stuff, and I'm gonna get people to work on it immediately. It should be probably done in about 2 or 3 days.
Sure. Thanks. I shake his hand and I wait for him to leave.
Okay. He shakes your hand and he heads out.
Are we sure we want to keep the diamonds on board when there's a bunch of workmen around? We may want to move the diamonds.
Well, I
we
mean,
could put them in the same room as the nukes and then seal that and tell them that they can't go in for some reason.
You know their mechanics, right?
This is a place that's diamond rich. Isn't that the same as like picking up, like, I mean, that's not as valuable here as like if we had an air container lying around, right?
I'm just saying 16,000, 20,000 credits worth of goods, even on a planet. He appraised them here for like 20,000 credits. I'm just saying that's an awful lot of temptation for somebody that earns like, what, 50, 100 credits a week? That's all I'm saying.
What's the government like on this planet? Is there repercussions for being found guilty of stealing?
Oh, they'll put a bounty on you. I know this because I have shot guys with bounties on them on this planet.
Oh,
Perhaps
okay.
we
Well,
could,
that's not so bad.
Rent a storage unit somewhere. Move
Can't
the
we
things
just-
that we wish kept there. I do not know.
Well, can't we just display the fact that this is the crew that has hunted down bounties on this planet before? Wouldn't you have some sort of notoriety, and then out of fear and respect, they would just not want to do it anyways? Because, oh shit, there's Stacks. He kills people on this planet legally.
It's true, I do kill people.
Legally. That's a big thing. That means that they have repercussions and you don't. Wouldn't that scare them into...
Yeah, maybe. I still feel better, though. I don't know. I've been kind of tired lately. Maybe I'm not getting enough magnesium. I'm not really sure. But, like, chasing a guy across the planet just to shoot him because he stole my diamonds.
But what if we got
Maybe
What if we got paid to chase him across the planet because he stole from us? Because there's a bounty on his head.
Are you suggesting we bait and switch the workmen?
Well, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that if they were dumb enough to steal from us and we got paid to take our own revenge, that would fall right up your alley, wouldn't it there, Stacks?
I do enjoy shooting people.
I'm down either way. We can store the things. It was kind of funny to think about getting paid to take out your own revenge. I just thought it was an amusing notion. But no,
Whatever else
we
wanna
shouldn't
do.
tempt them. We shouldn't tempt them. You're right.
We'll put her in the room with the nukes, and then either if they open that room, we got bigger problems to deal with than them stealing the diamonds, or they'll be distracted by the diamonds and not see the other things in the room. I start moving the diamonds to the room with the nukes.
That's fine. Cooper, your idea is fine. Let's just move forward. We'll seal that bulkhead. They are mechanics, so if they want to get in, they're going to get in. But, Delilah, maybe put your little camera inside the room, hiding somewhere or something.
I don't think it works like that. I'm pretty sure it has to be on my person.
Well, shit.
Correct me if I'm wrong, GM.
I guess if you take it off, you can leave it on.
It's up
What
to
we
you.
should do, we should weld the diamonds to the nukes, and then we should rig it so the nukes go off if they try to steal the
Bling
diamonds.
nukes.
No. No. Hard pass. Hard pass.
That's not worth it for us. We'll just be off in the dome, and then there'll just be a massive nuclear explosion in the distance. We're like, well, damn.
But it definitely won't
that.
be worth it for them. Like, yes, it's kind of a loss for us, but it's a big L for them.
You seem under the impression that a nearby nuclear explosion wouldn't compromise the dome.
The dome will be fine. We'll reinforce it with some bubblegum and duct tape. One fix check.
Wouldn't our ship blow up?
Okay, so which room?
Well, yeah.
I've put you on the room map. Which room are you putting the nukes in with the diamonds?
Well, where have they been this whole time?
As far as I'm aware, though, downstairs in the hangar next to the torpedo tubes.
Okay.
I was imagining. I can't control my guy. Why not? Am I on the wrong mouse? Oh, there we go. Got him.
It's because
Not
it's
quite
nuke,
there.
you've got to figure out the operating system.
I have to click to the side of him. Something's gone wrong there. But that was the room I was thinking they'd be in. Because it's the nearest.
Okay. Sure.
Is there anywhere else that we could put them? Could we like stick them in the fuel scoop or something? I don't know how this works.
The fuel scoop needs fixing.
That's a
Yeah,
good
probably
point.
not a good idea to put them there.
Please fix the fuel scoop. By the way, I put nukes in there. Don't look at them. Yeah, so you can put all the stuff in there and you seal off the room and put it as please do not enter. Stax will attend to this. And that's fine. So with that, you head into town. Is there anything you want to do specifically or just spend a few days?
Honestly, so one of the reasons why I was kind of hoping that Stax wouldn't be a part of the repairs, which yes, he's not, is I want to find out about the people up ahead, overhead that were doing trading. There was like Cooper's character had said to Delilah that the name sounded familiar and kind of like mumbled to himself a little bit. She is familiar with the concept of like, what are they called? Like mercantile guilds and stuff like that. So she would want to ask around about who it is that delivers the air supplies. Is it the same group? So just more or less trying to find out about the trade habits of this planet coming from off-world and the trade habits on-world. That stuff.
Okay, make a trade check.
Sure. With what attribute?
Charisma, because you're asking around about it.
Definitely, sir. And no additional modifier. Is that going to roll? Did that not roll? Looks like a hard lag. Okay, let's try that again.
20's been weird.
That was really weird.
If
Try
we
that
get
again.
through, it'll be the first one of the two.
Or the better one. It's still not going through? What the
I'm
hell?
gonna refresh my roll 20
refresh?
because it's been weird for me too.
Yeah. I'm refreshing. It just pulls out all my pop-outs. Not a big deal. All right. Nope. Last one is what's his face? Let's try that one more time. Trade, charisma, submit, submit.
There we go, 10.
All right. Okay, cool.
So with 10, you find out that there are a couple of ships that come past from the Serene Nanostates, which is kind of a big faction nearby. They tend to... They don't actually have dominion over this area, but because of their influence, because they're nearby and they're a big interest in the area, they are supplying a lot of the life support here. Basically, the idea of being able to kind of get this area under their control by supplying them life support. And a lot of the people around here tend to resent it. You hear a lot of grumbles on the line of, "Oi, we're independent, we're always going to be independent, don't need no overlords telling us what to do," and that sort of thing. But on the other hand, you do end up with a lot of people being like, well, we need air to live, so, you know, got to do what you got to do, really. So it seems like most of the air is supplied by the Serene Nanostates, and they've kind of got a little bit of a monopoly that they're selling at not an inflated rate that they could sell at. They're selling at just still a slightly over the odds rate, but not so over the odds, just to try and get the area to effectively become a protectorate via just the necessity of the infrastructure. The other ship in orbit seems to be some sort of person, sort of ferry, effectively. A very small ship ferrying people from planet to planet for people who can afford it.
Can you tell me the name of that group one more time, just slower, so I can hear what it is?
The Serene Nanostates.
Thank you, Serene Nanostates. Thanks. And are they known for trading anything other than, and I don't mean necessarily here, and I don't mean necessarily legal. Are they known for trading anything else than, like anything noteworthy?
Okay, let me have a quick look. I'm gonna have to find their data in my database. So there we go. So what you learn from them is they tend to be they have a militaristic government, but the militaristic government has actually kind of resorted to pacifism in that they have kind of forgone war, but they still have the trappings of an old military dictatorship system. So they do have a council of people who are generals who elect a grand general to lead them, but they still have, while they have the trappings of an army and an air force, a navy, and mostly a space force, they haven't actually really progressed beyond that in terms of military action recently. It's been much more pacifist, and they have sort of turned internally and focused on themselves rather than really focusing on expansion, which is why they've turned towards trying to use power such as, life support to expand. In terms of what they tend to trade, while they are kind of this old school military kind of system, they do very much enjoy certain types of tobacco and smokes and stuff like that. Different leaves that can be imbibed that are maybe illegal in other places are legal to trade in the Serene Nano States, and do see a lot of use. So a few farm plants nearby tend to specialize in that.
Gotcha. So nothing particularly nefarious, because I'm just thinking, okay, cool. So after we find out this information, probably what I would do is I'd approach the crew, whoever wants to be involved, everybody if you want to, I don't care.
Well, you do get 10.
Yeah.
Well, there have been rumblings recently of a faction that actually want to go back to the militaristic ways of expansion, especially in the face of nearby other factions getting stronger. And there is, if you have the right connections, a small underground movement who want to remobilize and are looking for military-grade weaponry.
Well, that's interesting. So, gathering all of this information, I'm going to go and speak to the party and be like, so, remember that ship that we spoke to on our way in? Cooper, you had said that something about them sounded familiar. Well, I've been asking around while we're hanging out at the bar and stuff like that. The Serena New States. So, there's some really cool stuff about them. Old military, mostly trade in air, right? Because they're trying to expand in a way that really makes them money. They sell other stuff too. Tobacco couldn't be legal in certain areas. Who cares? But there's a small faction of them that really wants to get their hands on some powerful militaristic weaponry. I bring this up because I touched with the guy before, and he seemed interested in information, but I couldn't sell him on it with the way we approached it beforehand. Depending on what faction he belongs to, maybe we can find out a little bit more about the pilot that hangs out overhead or comes running through here. We could always try to reapproach him and see if he'd be interested in either making trade with the Friends of Ulysses here for deep powder, or potentially even purchasing things off that world. Now, Ulysses, I would never suggest that they would go to that planet and just take things and try to give them an easy place to go fishing their ancient artifacts from the sea. I mean, to approach it in a way that your friends would be able to benefit monetarily from this, but we would also benefit by giving them that information. It's a win-win-win scenario. They get supplies they want to sell. They get to sell supplies that they have in abundance and make money off of it, potentially even get new technologies for themselves to make their own lives easier, oxygen, so on and so forth. And we get to be the people that, made it happen and took money in the meanwhile. It's something we can think about.
When we were on the planet E, obviously Ulysses spent quite a bit of time with the various people there. He got the impression, or rather I got the impression, that visitors were not common to that planet. Very uncommon, in fact.
No, actual visitors here are pretty rare.
Yeah, but did Ulysses ever get the impression that they viewed that as a good thing?
Yeah, they are kind of insular. They don't really want outside control, especially, which is why they are, although they get the life support from the Syrian States because they need it, they aren't diving headlong into, we should totally join because then we can have easier access. They're very much insular and focused on themselves.
Wait, Ulysses, are you asking about the Space Russians, or are you asking about Yolanda?
The Space Russians.
Oh,
yeah, that's what I
Russians.
thought. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
the Space Russians, no, they didn't get many people across. It was quite rare for them to get any people across. In terms of being insular, no. They seemed fairly open and welcoming.
Okay, then I see no immediate issue with this plan, provided that, well, it's difficult for us to ensure that whoever we send that way is going to respect it, but I'd be more concerned for them than our friends there have means to deal with outsiders.
I see this as an opportunity for your friends and these people here to benefit mutually, and for us to also walk away a little bit more wealthy, which figuring how much we're spending right now just to fix the ship wouldn't be a bad thing. And think about it. We don't have to trade in money. We can trade in air supply. We can trade in a discount for all future air supply, so we can still buy it with credits and make it longer lasting. I just figure something that we don't get, anything that doesn't put us in the situation we were in before would be a good thing. Can't
argue with that.
Trade. So, I mean, is this something that we should approach them about?
Again, I see no immediate reason to be concerned, though it would be ideal if we could have asked their opinion on this, whether they would like to have outside influence or contact, but I saw nothing and heard nothing to.
We cannot promise anything on that planet because we don't have the place to do so. But we can. What we can do is sell the information that planet may have goods that they want to purchase. So we're only telling them of an opportunity. It's not as valuable as selling an item directly, sure, but it certainly has its value and something that we can benefit from. And as you said, I'm not too concerned about your friends. They can certainly handle themselves.
I would not stand in the way of this transaction.
Thank you. It's obviously you knew them best, and I your blessing is important for this. Cooper, what's your opinion?
It could definitely work. I mean, just knowing that there's an ocean planet one jump over, be good for anyone in this system. Even if the guys up in orbit aren't particularly interested. There's 3 different domes right here, all are trying to get as much water and air as they can. I mean, it'll take a bit of work to process the water there, but water's water. These guys have a shipyard, they can build a ship, go over there, grab some, bring it back, they'll be kings of the planet.
Stax, you want money for doing nothing?
I love money for doing nothing, unless it's killing guys. If we can involve killing guys somehow, I think we should make that a part of the mission.
Okay, so if we find out that they are screwing over the space Russians by any means whatsoever, we will kill those guys.
Awesome. I'm down.
Everybody's happy? Now we have to try to sell this deal.
Wrong, but sure.
Well, we're not going to phrase it like that, Cooper.
I mean, the part where we try killing them might go wrong. You know, old militaristic society, fans of weapons.
Cooper, I still don't know how to shoot a gun. I'm obviously joking. Calm down.
All right then. I mean but then there is the option that our friends over on Thor may suffer a little bit from all this. But they can fend for themselves. That hammer will definitely help them out, I think.
I would say so. I would say so. Don't be such a Delilah Downer, okay, Cooper?
I just don't want to go starting any wars.
It wouldn't be us starting them. So I suppose, how do we go about, nope, that's it. I know what to do next. EE, what would I have to roll over how much time to find out more about what particular faction that ship overhead or the one that often visits or whatever? Or if there's more than one ship, blah, blah, blah.
I'd say it'd be a connect check. So if you do a connect check, you can ask about that and see if you can find out what's going on with that.
Not as good, but not horrifying. I imagine charisma as well.
Yeah. 6. That ship in particular, it's the Wind's Whisper. It has only been here once or twice. It's actually a fairly newer frigate by the look of it. It looks like it's been refitted from an old hull. The gist you get is that there are some of the crew down on this colony right now. You haven't been able to find out what faction they really belong to, but you do know that there are a few of them staying down here in one of these small hotels that tend to cater to spaceport visitors, particularly people who are using the repair facilities. Beyond that, you haven't really learned much apart from roughly where they are and the name of the ship.
Hey, Stax, I found this information. Do you want to get involved, or are you happy doing nothing?
I am super happy doing nothing.
Getting involved would involve drinking with people. Doing nothing involves drinking alone.
I don't know. I mean, the last time you talked to somebody, the mechanic was all salty and butthurt before he came into the ship, and I had to deal with that. And
Which is
so, like,
why
I'm a
I'm
little.
asking you to talk to him. Yeah.
I don't want to talk to anybody. I am no good at talking to people. I'm good at fixing shit. You see how well I took that sock out of Koopa's head? It was like a game of Operation. Didn't touch the sides. No anything.
Please don't
Yeah,
tell
that
me
was
I'm gonna have
definitely
to
a
go
smooth
and.
operation.
I seem to
Operation on
remember your
Stax's
fingers
planet,
getting
by the way, was
stuck
where
in the
they like
operation.
kidnapped a homeless person and then took out all their organs.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, kidney harvest.
Are you asking for backup, Delilah? Because if you want backup, I can come and back you up.
No, I was actually kind of asking you to do all of it. I just really didn't want to have to go and flirt with people to try to get information, but
Well,
ugh.
sometimes I don't want to fix the electrolyzer, but I still do. Because I care, Delilah. I care, and my skill sets are applicable.
But those aren't my skill sets. All right.
Talking to people?
Flirting with
Oh.
space people.
All you gotta do is you walk up and you be like, hey, and just get what you want, right? Just do it. That's fine. That's how Stax interprets it.
Well, I'm glad that that's how you feel, Stacks, about yeah. I'm hoping I don't even have to flirt, but something tells me that they're men in space, and so she's kind of like, and I'll go see if I can find out what I can, and I'm hoping I don't have to RP this. Can I roll to find that information?
No, you have to repeat this, but that'll be after the break. We're going to go to a quick break now, so we'll be back in 8 minutes' time. After 8 minutes' time, we'll find out what's going on with the ship up in space. Do they actually manage to sell anything? Do they manage to make some money rather than just spending it on maintenance?
How does Delilah flirt? All questions will be answered.
But yeah, in the meantime, feel free to go check out stuff like the subreddit, r/Roll4It, or the wiki, which has like lists of people and episodes, and you can go check up on who this certain NPC is, or what happened in this episode, or you can go add to it, which would be great. Or you could tip us, like Jutnik did. Thank you very much. So we'll be back in 8 minutes. Be quick.
We're all looking at munchie boxes right now, so I'm sorry if it's super quiet. I was extolling the virtue, so I talked to Stejo a while back, and he was talking about if I ever went to Glasgow or like Scotland or wherever, we had to get like a munchie box because apparently it's like the greatest invention that Scottish people have ever created. And so I started Googling pictures of it, and munchie boxes look like the fucking greatest thing ever. Americans, we don't have this. I'm pretty sure the health and food departments wouldn't let them serve this to us. It's just a big box full of calories. That's all it is. It's like 5 slices of pizza,
still need to get like
2
another
burgers.
1,100 calories today, so that's like
You'll get
half
the
a
meat
munchie
sweats
box.
if you eat a whole munchie box by yourself, but it'll feel good going down.
Oh, you'll definitely have the shits. There's no way you can eat an entire one of these without just spending the rest of the day playing the Rocketeer in the bathroom.
Shine
There's
you
no way.
No, don't.
Mead time.
But like, definitely some of these munchie boxes look inferior to other munchie boxes. Like a few of these on here there's like nothing in there. I'm like, oh fuck that munchie box.
Like I
but
said,
then you get
there
the
are
one
places
that's like,
that you go. There are places in Scotland where Scottish people go there over other places.
I can just
to get
imagine
their
that
munchie box.
if we go visit like Avak, we'd be like, right, we want to go out for a munchie box. We'd be like, yeah, sure, we'll just get a taxi. It's not far. And we're like 2 hours later, like, Avak, where are we going? Well, munchie box connoisseurs know that the best munchie box is found 4 hours and a half north of here.
Yeah, we'll go into the deep
Is
island.
if we share a munchie box, does that mean we're dating? Like, how does the social structures work
Yeah,
around
you have to
munchie
get your
boxes?
own.
Does
You
everybody
have
have
to
to get
get
their
your
own?
own.
Well, that's the only
everybody
way that you
Well,
could
some
get
of the
through
munchie
in one
boxes that I
meal.
would take you to get actually have their own zip code, so I think it's completely okay. They're gigantic, dude. There is no way you could eat it without sharing.
No.
I know. I'll be
You have to
honest.
get
I
your
know
own,
some
and then
fat
you
guys,
save them for
man.
next day, and then you just eat them for every meal.
And the
That's
next
the
day,
thing for most
and the
munchie
next
boxes.
day.
They keep you going for about 4 days. This is
I went
my
to-
meal. This is my breakfast, my lunch, my dinner, my second dinner, my third dinner, my tea time dinner for the next couple of days.
The thing
I'm
is,
just
you've
saying,
got
I
to
know
like.
fat guys. They could probably clear this thing. I went to the burger place last night, and there was a big dude there, probably like 6'5", probably weighed like 400 pounds. Dude ordered like 6 burgers, like 4 orders of fries, and he put it all away. I watched him intently from across the room the entire time. I was like, there's no way he's going to eat all that. He ate it all. And so I think he can make a dent in some of these munchie boxes. Like, he can make a pretty
There's always gonna
solid,
be one.
like...
There's always going to be, there'll be someone who can do it, but
Someone beat the world hot dog record recently. It was something like 80 hot dogs. I was like,
Those dudes don't even look
how?
like they enjoy the
How?
hot dogs, though. Like, they just put them in, and they just, like, deep throat that shit, and they're just like...
I haven't had. I literally
like,
in the past maybe 13 years, 14 years, I've eaten one hot dog, and it's because it was given to me as like it was part of a place that we were going, and I was trying not to be a jerk, so I ate it. But hot dogs,
I don't like. That's what I don't get. Hot dog sausages in particular, like the specially made ones that you get in like a tin that come with like water on them. It's like, why wouldn't you just want a sausage in a bun, like an actual tasty sausage of some kind, not a most
yeah. See,
boring crappy
I'll
I
tell you
eat
what, you gotta
sausage.
get the
I
sausage
love
butts,
they're the
sausage.
best.
I'll slurp down sausages, sure, but hot dogs, just like bologna,
it was great
bologna.
going to the Christmas market in Edinburgh during Hogmanay. And just all the markets from all over the place, and these gigantic German hot dogs. It was like, oh my
What
god,
is-
feels like I've just eaten a horse.
What is hog money? That sounds like a thing that,
Hogmanay,
like,
Hogmanay.
people
It's kind of New Year's.
that sounds like something they celebrate at Hogwarts. It like sounds like one of those things where like candles are levitating through the air and they're just like conjuring strudels.
It's a kind of a weird winter solace / winter ceremony thing, kind of all rolled into one that has pagan roots. I think, off the top of my head.
Oh yeah.
We should
We
get to
can't
the
have that
place
in
where our
America.
characters are drinking, so I don't feel like I'm drinking on my own. That's the whole reason why I went and got my mead. Damn it! I even
Oh, yeah,
got
we've
my
got
nice
a-
little chalice and everything.
Yeah, we've
So,
got an RPG
hold on
show.
before we get into that. Splat, what's your suggestion for the closest thing to a munchie box in the U.S.
It's kind of
aside
like
from like
stadium
an
food,
appetizer platter?
like the best thing I can think of is like well, you just got to find one of those hole in the wall Mexican places. Like that's really like one of the places like you got to look. Here's the secret. If you walk in and they're speaking English, walk the fuck back out. If you walk in and they're speaking Spanish and you look over the counter and everything is wrapped in tinfoil, you know you're in the right place. If
I
they
know that
want you
place.
to order in Spanish, even better. That means you're getting closer and closer.
If they
The
have
more English
numbers
that's
to
inside that
order-
building, the worse the Mexican food will be.
Jamaica Plains. There's an amazing place like that in Jamaica Plains. I know exactly what you're referring to right now. Oh my god, that is so funny. Because I went there with my cousin who speaks
Oh,
fluent
we
Spanish.
should probably get back to the role play.
Hold on.
By the way,
And
this
it was
is
funny
basically
'cause
what the
I was
after
like,
shows are for those
what is
interested.
that? And he's like, meat. And I
Oh,
was like,
yeah,
what kind
he's
of meat? He's like,
I want
meat.
to do the show.
Sorry, but okay.
Hello,
Awesome.
welcome back to Roll4It. We're a food podcast on Twitch. We should probably change our category to food. I'm really, really hungry right now.
Social eating and drinking.
You should do a munchie box for Sunday. Expecting that. Anyway.
I'm drinking with you, Avik.
Yay.
So, the crew have touched down on the planet. They're getting their ship repaired, and Delilah is headed off to talk to the representatives of a trade ship in orbit regarding some sort of trade deal. So, Delilah, you head over to a nearby hotel, which is called the Belfast Grand.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I could totally go to, like, directly to the hotel, or is there, like, a lounge or the bar there, or is there, like, a bar nearby with
a bar down the bottom. It's not particularly big.
Okay, I was like, I don't want to go walk up and be like, excuse me, may I come into your room? Oh, I'd love to have a conversation with you. Maybe a little... No good. So...
Okay, well, you get to the bottom of this hotel, and it's kind of like a metal box with a door, a couple of holographic windows that display that, this is the Belfast Grand. It has so many things available, so many deals on the moment, etc. As you walk in, you notice that there are a few seats kind of laid around the room, and there is, like, one kind of young-looking check-in clerk nearby who's standing there with a data pad. Looks like he's in charge of checking people in and out. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah, I'm actually just looking to speak to a few, and I'm like looking around. Can I see the lounge from where I am?
Yeah, it's all around you, effectively surrounded.
Okay. Do I see the guys there?
No, not initially, no.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking to speak to. I don't see them here. It's the crew from the Serena New States. I had a few questions. Like, I'm just trying to make a trade.
Make a talk check.
Sure. Talk, clicky, not do strength. Ugh, real shit. 6 total.
6 is still enough. It's a pretty normal request. Sure, I can put a call up to their room. Is that what you want me to do, sir?
Honestly, if they're not down here drinking, do you know around what time they show up? I don't want to disturb people if they're sleeping off a hangover.
Don't know, sir. They only got in yesterday.
All right, well then I guess I'll come back later on today. Not a problem.
Okay, sir. Have a good day.
You as well. She turns and walks out.
Okay.
I'll try another time. Later on that day, pop in, see if I can see them.
Hello
pop
again,
out.
sir. Are you here to see the crew from the Serena New States?
Yeah, I figured I'd give it another whirl since a bunch of hours passed. Maybe they settled in and they got thirsty. But if not, I will try again in a couple days.
I mentioned to them that someone was looking to trade, and they said that if they showed up, I should send them to O'Malley's.
That's actually where I tend to spend a lot of my time anyways. I will head over there right now. You know what? Thanks. Can I tip him credits? Is that a convention that exists in the future?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I will tip him a couple of credits.
Oh, thank you.
I'll
Have a good
turn.
day.
You too. Turn and go back to O'Malley's. Is any of the crew there, or is none of the crew there?
Of your crew. Stax, did you go drinking?
Well, I don't think it was ever fully decided.
I dragged
Like,
him
I
out
think
drinking. We are drinking.
Okay.
Okay. So, yeah.
Decided.
Cooper, I assume you're with them as well?
Yeah, I'm just sat about awkwardly like, I mean, there's
Cooper
no
doesn't
point,
drink.
it's just
I
a
didn't
waste
offer,
of
but he
money.
may have followed. He's a robot. He doesn't drink.
Cooper, don't tell me you waste credits on alcohol.
No, I'm just sat there like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
I just want to be included.
I guess I just sit here.
Yeah, like, Delilah, you get in, and they've got this, like, little corner table, like, in a little booth, and you've got Cooper in the center, who's, like, 5 foot tall, so he's only really just about over the top of the table. And one side you've got the huge form of Ulysses towering over him, who's got a few empty glasses in front of him, like he's been drinking for a little while, and he's getting a little bit of a rosy tint to his cheeks, just about. And on the other side you've got Stax, who's blinged up, obviously, you know, getting a little bit leery at this stage. And Cooper's in the middle, just looking kind of full on, like...
I'm trying to lean two coasters up against each other to make them stand up.
I'll give a half wave over. I'm sorry, you just made me, no jokes, you just made me think of every time I've hung out with Mathis at a bar. That's Cooper. Every time I've hung out with Mathis at a bar. I'm here, you're welcome.
I'll be honest, if you put coasters in front of me, I will be like, how many do I have? Can I make a tower?
Oh, that's awesome. So
every now and then, someone, you know, catches Stax or Yuli's eye. There's this moment of connect, and then they see the little child at their table who's building a tower of coasters. Then the moment's lost.
Oh, well, that was 5 minutes. What am I going to do?
People are assuming that you're a couple and that Cooper is your child, and that, you know, he's not drinking because he's underage.
That's cute.
This is
Adorable.
So
offensive, but it is disappointing.
So I give them like if they notice me or not, I just give them a quick little wave hi, but I don't go over to them or anything like that. I'm gonna go over and find out where the crew is.
Yeah, actually, just on one table over, next to them, you do notice a couple of blokes who seem to be definitely sticking out like a sore thumb in this area, just like your crew are. They're definitely not locals. The bar itself is kind of old, dingy. There's no sign of any lavishings, really. It's plain metals and rock tables that have been kind of polished and put on little metal spindles for actors' legs. There's no real imports here, nothing of expense. Everything is pretty cheap and replaceable.
Okay. How many people are actually a member of that crew?
There's only 2 of them that you can see, obviously.
Okay, so then I'm going to go over and order 3 drinks from the bar.
Hey, what are you having there, laddie? You got something you want in mind?
That table over there, what are they drinking? I'm buying around and sitting down for business.
Are you sitting down for business, are you? You probably want something really good, don't you? You probably want to impress them.
I am not going to buy the most expensive thing you've got, but I am also not going to go cheap. What do you got?
The second most expensive thing I've got. That's a good lad. Here we go. Here, bottle of mead, 20 years old, malted in the Suriname States. Its very self. They'll probably like that touch.
What are they drinking right now?
They're drinking whiskey.
They're probably not going to like mead then. So can we get something that's nice like that, but less sweet?
Okay. Here we go. This is just a step up from the gobshite I've been serving them already.
Sure. Okay. Then we'll do that unless you have something another step from there. If not, that's fine.
Cut it with some of the mead or something if you want.
Yeah. No, I'm good. I'll take a whole bottle of it, and I'll...
Did he just offer to mix the liquor together? What a savage.
He puts the bottle down. It'll cost you like 20 credits.
I'll give him 25 credits.
Aye. If you want more, come over and ask. I'll get you more.
Just 3 clean glasses.
I get you 3 glasses. 3 glasses.
She actually laughs to that. So she takes the glasses and walks over to the table with the 3 glasses. As she walks over, she puts the bottle down, but she's still holding the glasses, and she's like, "Hey boys, mind if I join you?"
You bring the drinks for us?
I'm bringing business, but I guess we can have drinks too.
Well, anyone who brings drinks is welcome. Move up, Payne. Move up, come on. Wilson, there we go. And he kind of shuffles along a little bit.
So the other guy seem drunk or just dumb?
He looks just a little bit new. Like he's definitely a little bit fresh-faced.
Gotcha. Cool. The Cooper of the crew. So I sit down. I pop open the bottle, and I'm going to pour, 3 drinks, and I suppose smaller drinks. I'll take a shot with them before I even say anything else.
Hey, you... God damn it, I got his voice wrong. Yes, that seems like an awfully good idea. To business, I guess. He kicks it back. The lad next to him.
Hell of a
Oh,
voice
that was a bit strong. Yeah, I'll put hairs on your chest. Don't worry about it. God damn it. I don't know why. I've just got defaulted to one accent now. But he turns back towards you, Delilah, and he just pours another one immediately and starts sipping at it.
I'll slide my glass over if he's already pouring for him to pour for me too. And then I'll sip mine as well.
Glass.
That's fine. I'm perfectly fine with it. So I say, you boys, you're the ones flying the you're the ones part of the Wind's Whisper crew, right?
Yes, I'm the captain. This is my junior officer, Wilson. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Brand.
You guys been with the Serena New States for a while, or you new to the crew? You new to the you new to them?
The ship for its entire life.
Well, I'm coming by because I know that you trade, and I have a little bit of information. We may have spoken once before, but I think we got off on the wrong foot.
Yeah. What would you be willing to trade? I don't recall.
Information for well, you sell life support. We fly a ship. We need life support. So I'm looking to I'm not looking to rob you here. I figure I make a little trade of information for you. You fill up our tanks, and maybe we have a deal moving forward where you take a little bit off the top as we go, depending, of course, on the quality of trade you have moving forward.
Well, I'm still listening. The bottle's still got whiskey left in it.
There's a bit more detail to that, so drink a little bit more. So I know of a planet. I've got the directions to get there and coordinates and all of that. That can be handed over to you from my pilot. I've got a planet completely made of water. As a matter of fact, it even has a sister planet completely made of water. But it's more than just the water that's interesting about the planet. The people that live there, they have supplies that you might find interesting. They are able to produce a certain chemical that has incredible effects for those that use it, though can be dangerous for others, much like a tobacco would be considered on one planet versus the next, though its effects can be a bit more surprising.
Make a trade roll.
Sure. Trade. Charisma. Boom, boom. That's 6 and a 2 for a 10. Oh, wait, no, I did that wrong. Crap, I did that wrong. It's supposed to be, I forgot. I hope I didn't screw that up last time I rolled trade. I did. Last time I rolled trade, I screwed up. That's funny. It's supposed to be 1d8 plus 6.
Watch it roll worse.
I rolled it. Yeah, I know. That'd be pretty funny. So just about to roll 1d6. Hey!
10. Okay. Well, sounds at least somewhat interesting. We might know this planet already. That's the problem. Which planet are you talking about?
I'm not going to go play my card on my hand quite just yet. I know, obviously, you can know of this. You can say that you knew of this planet. I know for a fact you do not. There's an indigenous people that live on this planet. They've been there for a long time, and they do not see anybody coming from the skies. There are no starships.
Several water planets nearby on our scanners. Do you mean the ones in? And he pulls up a grid reference. This sector, the Thor system. There are some water planets there, as far as I'm aware. Didn't know there was inhabited.
So is it the Thor system? The name would obviously ring a bell, but I don't know the star charts. And can the crew hear me? So I don't know what I have to roll or anything.
The crew can probably hear you from there.
Okay. So do I know that, or do I have to make a roll to know whether or not that's...
No, it was the Thor system. It was definitely the Thor system.
It is, in fact, the Thor system, yes.
Well, this information might be at least somewhat useful, knowing where the people are and if they want to talk and what they have to trade. It does sound interesting. What do you want?
Told you. Just want our supplies filled up for the air supply on our ship. What is it? The life support on our ship filled up for the information I can give to you. The life support filled up, and if your trade with them goes well, then the only kickback I would like is a discount as we trade with you in the future. I understand you can't speak for all of the Serena New States, but you yourself can at least trade with me. It's going to benefit you more than any of the other ships.
What sort of ship do you have? How much life support do you need on your ship?
It's the DSVR1. I honestly, I have it written down. No, I deleted it after
You
Sandeep
still have
died.
named it.
Damn
It's
it!
DSRV1.
DSRV1. It's a DSRV1. I said VR.
How much
DSRV1.
life support do you need to fill up its tanks?
She leans back. Coop.
Yeah.
Oh, that child's with you. I thought that. Oh,
I try and sit a bit like higher up in my chair. Say we got space
you
for
sit higher
30
up.
days.
It doesn't really help. You're only 5 foot tall.
We got space for 30 days. Don't know if they happen to have any rations either. We're a little bit shorter on those too.
That's all part of it, life support, isn't it?
No, it's separate.
Oh.
How many rations do you need as well?
I lean back again.
Check the number on that. I guess we have like a capacity of 90, the same as we do for life support.
Yes, and then you can start filling extra bays and so forth.
Say, a lot of unused rooms. I could fit some potatoes and turnips.
Yeah.
We need 52 days to be back up to our preferred amount.
Oh, put it this way then. Instead of giving you 90 days of life support, I give you the amount you need to get up to your full amount. And I can give you the full amount of rations in exchange for information. And if the trade goes well, I might consider more business with you in the future. I will, however, need full star charts, comm frequencies, location of their settlements, the ability to contact them, any strategic assets they may have in the system in the form of infrastructure, military installations, defenses.
Well, I can tell you, I'm not going to give you any of their military information whatsoever. That would be unfair to them should you go and speak with them. These are not a bad people, and I don't want them going into this meeting at a disadvantage. However, I can give you every other bit of information that you asked for, and even one more that you would like. I understand that you're the organization that you are representative of, that you guys trade in many different types of wares. They have bits of technology that they might be willing to trade should you make it worth their while that you would find interesting. They don't openly talk about it, but it certainly might be something that they'll be willing to trade with if you make it worth their while. And I mean starship quality stuff.
If this works out, well, maybe we can figure out some sort of retroactive commission or something, but for now, we'll go with your deal. We'll transfer you some rations we have, and we have a good amount of life support. We haven't even negotiated the sale to the people on the surface here, so we have some that we can quite easily give to you. We will require as much information as you have. If you have any recordings from the surface, any video camera, audio feeds, that sort of thing.
The last thing I have to ask is your ability to drop off and pick up supplies. Are you able to do this whilst remaining airborne, or do you need a dock, or what are the details of your doing so?
We can land in most environments and dock with most environments as well. We can enter atmospheres of planets. Beyond that, that's classified information of the Serena States.
I don't want to be sending you to a planet where you can find yourself inside a rough spot. Were you aware of the fact that there was another species that lived on that planet?
Another species?
an aquatic species.
Tell me about them.
I can only give you so many details. The short version is I would not suggest landing your ship on the water for very long. If you can stay airborne most of the time, it would behoove you to do so.
So, what is the species like? Are they intelligent? Do they build stuff? Do they have starships?
They don't have starships. They do not build things as far as I'm aware. They are intelligent and can in fact speak. And more than that, they have awoken minds.
They're psychic.
Yes.
They have the gene.
But you can get in and out of the planet safely if you're aware of the fact that they're there.
That's very interesting. That might be of note. I can think that this will be very useful for us. Yes. Yes, send me all the data, and I will arrange to have the life support sent over to your ship, and the rations sent down. We have several of them on the planet already. Yes, this...
Our ship's being repaired. I imagine that around when you get the rations all set up and arranged to come over, around that time we'll be able to finish sending the data to you. But we'll certainly get it all compiled and ready to be sent over.
Well, there are some impartial ombudsman surfaces that we can use around here if you're afraid of the deal going south.
I'm not worried at all. We're over
charges-
at the dry dock. It's a nice open space. If we're worried about whether or not there's going to be concern, you're welcome to meet us over at the dry dock and have the supplies put in there.
Yes, but that would be meeting on your turf. So if you don't want to send the data and then have us send the stuff over, we can just use an ombudsman, pay them a small fee on each of our behalves, and they will take all of the stuff and then give it to each of us, and that's the way. I don't have to rely on you, you don't have to rely on me. The alternative is you
I
can
lean
just send
back.
the data.
I lean back and say, Stax, you cool with just sending it and they send us the stuff, or you want to go through an arbiter?
I don't know. You're the business person. I just shoot people.
We'll
Let's
send you
just
the
use an
information.
orbiter. It'll be easier.
Okay, I'm glad he said that.
Okay. He wires you over some details. Effectively, each party pays the ombudsman 500 credits, and the ombudsman effectively then takes all of your stuff and then gives it to the right party, so that effectively no one can cancel the deal or try and do the other one out of their fair share. Upon the successful deal going through, they then pay you half the fee back. So you get, effectively, you only charge $250 per side.
That's not bad. That's cool. It's actually an ideal situation, so you never have to sweat, unless you're Poe. So, cool. All right. So once the deal's done, like once it seems that we come to terms, I will grab the bottle and fill us all up for another shot, and I'll gladly take a shot with them, but then leave the rest of the bottle with them, and I'll.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
also
As you're
50
about to
of our
leave,
credits?
however,
Mhm.
and you go back towards your friends, the captain kind of just to your side goes, I might have someone who might want to speak to you in a bit more detail. If you're going to be here with your friends, I can arrange them to pop over. If that's okay with you?
Details about.
They're just interested in security in the region. They're just representative of the Suriname states. They just want to make sure they've got the lay of the land. When you find out there's a new intelligent species of aliens who can kill you with their minds, it's probably something they want to know about. It's just informal chat.
I'll actually make a deception check, however that's done, and I'm gonna quickly toss eyes over to Avik to get his opinion, but I'm trying not to be super. Ulysses to get his opinion without being too obvious about it to this guy. What would I roll to do that?
Ulysses will need to make a notice check at -1 because he's been drinking, and I'd say that would just be about it.
So I don't need to do anything. Cool.
Notice wisdom, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, -1.
You do not notice.
4. No. I'm actually talking with Stax right now. Stax is regaling me with the stories of, well, mostly killing people, sometimes for money.
I say, yeah, they can meet us here.
Yeah, excellent. Well, happy to do business with you. I'm gonna pop out and arrange the stuff to come down, and the ombudsman can come out and get some of it. It's fine. Right. Come on, Wilson. We have to be away. Good speaking with you. I didn't catch your name. What was it again?
Delilah.
Ah, Delilah. Lovely name. Thank you for meeting you, Delilah. See you shortly.
And as he leaves, like we're like shaking hands, saying the goodbyes or whatever, I say, "That's Cooper. He'll be compiling the data."
Oh, your
Gesturing
son.
to the child.
Hello, Cooper. Have you been a good boy?
Correct it. Don't correct it. He's drunk. What's the point of correcting it? He won't learn anyway. Sorry, Bentham. Sorry.
Yeah,
I do notice this, and I am snickering. I'm trying to hide it by drinking more, but I am snickering. A lot, actually.
As
I'm not
you're
hiding
sniggering
it
and trying to drink at the same time, it kind of like bubbles up a little bit, and you're trying to look inconspicuous.
Yep. That's exactly what's going on right now.
Okay. Delilah, you head back over. They leave you now with your friends.
That went mostly well. I had mentioned the deep swimmers just out of concern for these people's safety and doing trading on the planet. They seemed a bit. You know what? Actually, retcon. Would I know that that's something to be concerned about because of my 6 wisdom? I mentioned it because of my 6 wisdom. Would I know that's something to be concerned about it because of it?
Yeah, they attacked you. They attacked your ship. They attacked your friends. You probably still know that, even at 6 wisdom.
No. I mean, that I mentioned it to them out of concern for human life. Like, despite the fact that I probably shouldn't have, because that would have been defense for our friends over there. I'm just wondering if I should be worried about them
now. There's no
asking
point.
me.
Like, it's still something you could understand. Like, it attacked you. So,
Wait, I think you and I are talking about different things.
what? What are you talking about?
I'm saying, would I be concerned about their wanting to ask more questions?
Oh, right. Would you be concerned about their concern about your concern? Right.
Yeah.
That was confusing. Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
I don't know. That's up to you as an RP man.
Yeah, I will roll a wisdom. Sorry, I'll roll so what's that? A D20 minus 1. So, roll 1D20 minus 1. Yeah, I don't say anything to the party about it because
You're like, oh, that went really well.
Yeah, actually, that went extremely well. They're going to fill up all of our supplies for us. We traded the information like we said we were going to. He seemed like a rather straight-up person. We are going to use that at your suggestion there, Cooper, just to make sure that there's no funny business. Just take the concern out of our heads, which is a pretty good idea.
I'm surprised they were happy to give us all the supplies you wanted. I hope the
This calls for a celebration! More drinks!
Well, I'm hoping the Odin's sons meet their expectations. Otherwise, the second half of the deal isn't going to work out so well.
That's all right. The deal said and done, the second half would be a contingent. It's not like it would sour our relationship.
Yeah,
What's Stack saying?
should hope
about
that
all
they
of
could
this?
defend themselves with the hammer if anything goes wrong. We should perhaps warn the Serenano states that the Odin sons can protect themselves through means that it's better kept secret.
Well, I guess I will enjoy a drink and wait for the other person to come. At some point in time, I will kind of let it out, like, oh, someone else is going to come because they have a few questions about the remaining portions of everything, but just another representative of the organization. But again, because I don't think anything of it, I don't push that forward.
Well, we shouldn't be really revealing anything before we actually do the trade.
I imagine it's just some sort of superior officer that's coming by and checking on things. If you don't want to say anything to them, you don't have to. We already have a deal.
I think I'd just put it all on the data stick I guess we're handing over when we're doing it. Not sure what they want to know now.
Well, we're all sitting around drinking anyways. If they happen to come by and ask questions, not such a big deal. Unless you're done drinking, and I say that gesturing to the no cups in front of him.
I mean, it would just be a waste of credits. And we need everyone we've got, so...
You say that surrounded by
fine.
both Stacks on one side, who is still heavily drinking from this bottle, and Ulysses on the other.
Well, it means something to them. It would have literally no effect on me, so it'd be pointless.
What's Stack's up to at the moment?
I think just being drunk with Ulysses.
Celebrating.
I'm afraid to talk because I'm bad at it, and so I'm just trying to stay out of it. I'm following the cardinal rule. If you're not the face, don't fucking talk.
No, so a few minutes more of drinking goes by. And then
been established over many failures.
Someone shows up who only really noticed at the last minute because they look a lot like a lot of the locals around here. They have, a lot of the dark hair, slightly short of stature, slightly, thicker of build, like they do a manual job, wearing kind of sweater with a bit of holes in it, scrawny trousers, looking very much like the rest of the patrons in here. Heads over and immediately sits down next to you and looks around. Apparently I got to talk to you guys about some funny aliens.
What? Funny aliens. Oh yeah, the deep swimmers.
That's what they're called. Well, funny aliens, the deep swimmers. What are their capabilities? What can they do? Did you have to fight them?
Well,
if so, how did you kill them?
Well, hold on a minute. I mean, we made a deal. We'll be handing over the information when we're handed over some
I don't
supplies
have
and
any of
trade.
the coordinates or any of the information. Your last is going to hand that over to us, and then we're going to be able to do the trade. This information is useless to me without the coordinates, so...
Well, we can still tell you it when the trade is done. Don't see what the rush is.
Well, the rush is that currently my captain's busy sending around all the life support around, and it's going to get it to the Ombudsman, and it should be getting with the Ombudsman in about half an hour's time. So, if you want, we can just sit drinking for half an hour.
Yes, more drinking! And I flag down one of the serving people.
I do notice Cooper's apprehension on this, and I know obviously he's the most sober one here, so it takes a couple moments after the conversation for it to click, and then I'm like, all the information will be coming to you from the people that we're paying to. I mean, we set up an arrangement that's fair to all parties, so you're welcome to have a drink with us. I would love to have a drink with you, and
I'm already
Delilah.
ordering for them.
I say I'm Delilah, and I extend my hand, assuming that's the custom.
Sorry, what was that?
So I say, just to go over it again, I say, no, we already have a deal with, we're paying somebody to hand off all the information, a middle ground for all of us to do that. And so you'll get it as soon as they release both sides. There's not a big deal there. You'll have your information soon enough. But if you'd like to stay for a drink, hi, I'm Delilah.
Okay, so I thought you were explaining that to Cooper because Cooper wasn't there for the...
No.
Yeah, he extends his hand and shakes your hand and says, well, I was just wondering, really, because, at the end of the day, I was here and, just wanted to get a bit more information. It's a bit outside my captain's skill sets to ask. You see, he just flies starships around. My specialty is a little bit more niche. So, you'll be drinking for a little bit, and then if the Ombudsman says he's happily got the life support, you can disclose the information.
Well, yeah, certainly. Why don't you wait until all that stuff is put together once you have the information? If you feel as though you're not satisfied with what it is that you've received, just let us know, and I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement. But everything that I've agreed to is going to be on that deal.
That sounds fair enough. Yeah, that sounds like pretty good customer service to me. Right, waiter, can I get... Hey, what do you want? Can I just get a, whatever they're having times... Well, 2. I'll get you now then. And the waiter comes back and he puts 2 of whatever anyone was drinking down in front of them. And he specially makes sure the waiter does get Cooper a drink as well, because Cooper doesn't seem to have one.
And it gets put down in front of Cooper.
It,
I pick up one of them and I put it in front of Stacks, and I take the other one and I put it in front of me.
I don't know. It's funny because seeing this happening and just kind of seeing things play out, I'm like, yeah, Ulysses, you're always so funny. You're always so funny playing tricks. Stop being mean to poor Cooper. He could use a drink too. And I slide one of the drinks I have in front of Cooper. It's sharing with him because they're both clearly the smaller people here. I'm trying to give Ulysses a look,
Okay.
But I know he's. I am Ulysses.
I'll roll notice and
Well, something's just happened here.
Yeah, whatever he did, it was a critical. So
Yeah, I take
rolled
a
a
drink
3.
of it.
Oh,
Like-
jeez. Ugh.
Ulysses is
take
just
it
too
and-
busy drinking.
Looking around, I decide to actually drink some. Not much, but basically I'm like, yeah, it's probably better if I look like I'm a normal functioning human.
He says out loud.
No,
Oh no,
Suddenly
I
he
must do
realizes
human
his
things.
thoughts
Yeah,
are being
as you kind of
spoken aloud.
muttered out the
I
side
am
of your
a
mouth
good
to
human.
Delilah, he kind of leans across the table.
I
and goes,
wasn't actually saying it to Delilah. I was just thinking it.
Okay.
I've now got this mental image of him as the skateboarding cow from ads. and movies.
You want to go?
Initiate.
Hello, I am human,
Human
too.
things.
Would you like skateboard?
.exe.
He leans across the table, and while he picks up his drink and takes a sip, he goes, "So how are you finding that that body?"
I stop when he says that. Excuse me?
I mean, obviously, you're an AI, right? And that's an Echo Armature, and it's a pretty good one at that. I've seen a few of them in my time, but that one, it looks like it looks almost brand new.
I have no idea what's going on.
Gotta give me the number of your mechanic. They've done a good job on that one.
I'm the mechanic, and I'll tell you this right now. Do not put enough extra space inside the head cavity to store socks.
See, I haven't heard that tip before. That's a very important tip there. And you just keep these tips coming. I'll make a note.
I don't know what it is with robots and stealing fucking socks, but Jesus. I
Are
don't
you
know
sure
if it's
you
like,
programmed him right?
well, like, you know when you wash your clothes, like you put them in the dryer, and sometimes like one of the socks will go missing inside the little basket pot. I'm kind of wondering if it's like that. Like, does he even know that he's stealing
I've
the
put my
fucking
cup down
thing?
at this point, and I'm following the conversation a little bit more closely.
Okay.
I say to the guy, he's been going on about this for days. He left a sock in my head. I don't.
If I left the
You got a
sock in
good
your
eye.
head, explain how you screwed it to your brain. Explain. You can't explain that.
Anyway, I guess to answer your question, his body's been alright. It's well made. He's put it together alright.
Sure, change the subject. I mutter.
Can I pull out my data pad thingy, my comlink thing, and send like a text message, like one of those, like instead of a vocal? Is there
Sure.
is there a Discord in the future?
Stax feels
You pull out your
Ulysses' foot.
compad and you start going. "Dut, dut, 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 dut."
So I'm gonna send a message over to Ulysses, Stax, and Cooper. Is this guy sitting adjacent to anybody?
Yeah, he's sitting adjacent to you and effectively Stacks because Ulysses and Cooper is across the other side of the table.
I send it to Ulysses and Cooper, and I was trying to be discreet about it, sending
Does
a message
Ulysses
to
have a
them.
compad?
Then I sent it to Cooper, saying, "Are AI illegal around here? Is he trying to blackmail us?" Like, I
Regardless
send
of
those
this,
messages.
however, the tone of the conversation has become a little bit charged, and there's this sort of, I don't know, there's an aggressiveness to the discussion going on right now, and Stax feels a sudden but not particularly sharp kick.
Ah!
And then I'm like, oh, sorry. But as I do that, I actually biopsionics and organic purification protocols. I just purge him of alcohol.
Stacks, you go
You're
from drunk
completely
to
sober.
sober in like a second. Suddenly you realize that because
What is that
the difference is so quick and there's no hangover that you're suddenly like, wow, I didn't think I was drunk a minute ago. I actually was quite drunk.
Likewise,
Good enough to be
I
sober.
do the same to myself.
My liquor tolerance is
Any
fantastic
kid.
nowadays. More beer! More beer over here.
Hey, I'll get you more beer immediately. All right, there you go. That'll be another 10 credits.
Sure. Keep them coming. And I just start glugging beers.
Remember to put
the
the
endless
system strain
cycle
up by
begins.
one.
We're testing out a theory right now. I don't know what's going on, but I appear to be a beer drinking champion.
Hey,
Be
well,
aware that I
being
have
champion
purged the
that,
effects of the alcohol, but your kidneys are still, producing. You're going to need a wee a lot.
That's fine.
we'll have to see. Are you beer drinking champion compared to him though? Because he can't get drunk.
Yeah, but he doesn't count. I don't know. Like once you bring echo amateurs into the whole thing, and I start going off on all these technical. I go off on like all kinds of technical jargon, about how it wouldn't even be a fair contest because the Echo is designed X way and Y way.
Does
Do I get, like,
Cooper
Delilah's
hear
message
his? Yeah.
Do I get it in like my eyes or something?
So
no,
what's
it
your
doesn't have a
ringtone?
compad built into the Echo. Some of them do, but the Echo does
Oh.
not. So you get it on your data slab.
What's the ringtone on your data slab when it comes in? Like, is it like old school, like, you got mail? Ah, yay. Except you're not a winner, so why would you have victory music?
I was going to say it was going to be the 1812 Overture.
Oh God, no!
Oh,
Why?
jeez.
Why did you?
I would
Oh,
imagine for the purposes of what actually happens that it's probably like some sort of Star Trek thing of like beep boop.
Or
It's like a flashing light.
good morning, Dave. You have a message, Dave.
Can I like
Dave,
quickly
you
glance
have a
at
message
that?
waiting. Dave, you have
You-
a message waiting. Dave.
Data slab. There is a message from Delilah.
Do I have to be like boom data slab?
The data
still
slab's bigger than a
hoping
compad. It's not that big. It's like yay big.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it
It's
just
a
like,
tablet.
Yeah.
I don't reply on it because that's perhaps a little bit too obvious, especially now I'm considering the fact that I may be illegal. I want to
Or
be
being
paying
blackmailed.
attention to the situation. I basically just glance over at
Oh,
Delilah.
anyway, it looks like, and he hands over his compad and turns it towards you. The Ombudsman's received all the life support, and the food's coming down next. So, you're okay to answer some questions about these there deep swimmers?
Oh,
I have a look at the compad as well to make sure that he's
Yeah,
not,
it looks
it's
like
not
it
just
has-
blank, or it
It looks
says
like
you're about to
everything's been
die or
released.
anything.
Yeah, it's all good.
The life support's come down. The rations are still being delivered. You haven't delivered anything yet, though.
Oh, honestly, why don't we get everything compiled and send it over to you? I say.
Well, that'd be great, but I was actually, wanting a little bit more information about the deep swimmers. Like, I wanted to do a bit of a Q&A, just, pick your brains, because you might not know the exact information that I want. My interests are more specialized, so, I'm kind of going for some particular information. So if you're okay to answer a few questions, we can, get this show on the road.
Absolutely. You may not have heard the particulars of the deal that we just made, but it was about the locations of the civilizations that were there, what it is that they might have that's worth trading, star charts, all things like that. Had absolutely nothing to do with the deep swimmers. I mentioned that as a courtesy to make sure that they weren't caught unawares, because I care about human life. If you want a little bit more information than just that, I'm sure we can come to some sort of arrangement.
Make a trade check.
Absolutely.
I remember this 1d8. I think it is, isn't it?
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for catching me on
Welcome.
that. I was just about to do the skill. 1d8 plus 6. Bam.
Well, that sounds like a great deal and all that, but you did kind of say that you'd be okay to answer a few basic questions. And if
Absolutely.
And if you've got enough information, then, I might consider, rewarding you monetarily or in some way that, the Serena States can for your help.
Sure.
But
Sure,
of course,
please.
I want no information you've got. So, these deep swimmers, etc., like, you fought them, did you kill them? Are they hostile? Do they want to kill humans?
Hold on. I drank a lot.
Okay, and he just turns toward Cooper. Well,
Oh.
considering, you're a robot, so these deep swimmers, did they want to kill you?
Hold on. Hey, Cooper, I think you have one of those socks still in your head. Hey, let me come and make sure that you're good over there. And I start like standing up and like reaching across the table and like kind of like playing with Cooper's hair on the top of his head.
Like what?
So, as he just tries talking under Delilah's arm, did you fight these deep swimmers?
Yeah, it looks like there might still be some sock fiber in here. Hey, Stax, can you help me out with this?
Did you fight these deep swimmers?
Stax, can you help me out with this? There seems to be some sock. Your sock is still in his head, Stax. Maybe we should
think so.
maybe we should
Pretty
take him
sure.
back to Stax. We should probably bring him to the ship and open him up and make sure everything's good.
Okay. Cooper, I guess I gotta go back to the ship and run some diagnostics. This beer's not fucking working anyways, figures. Go to a space planet and they got shitty beer that don't work.
I love how he's blaming the beer.
Well, I've got a really good idea. Stax, this place is a bit of a shithole. I know a base that's got a lot better beer, and quite frankly, it's got a firing range out back if you know the right people. You're interested in coming for a drink?
Yeah, probably not tonight though. I gotta go work on Cooper. Apparently, Delilah says.
The robot will keep.
Oh, fix the
just
robot.
take his. What's it called? The little crystal thing. Take that out, and he'll be fine. But I'm only going to be around for the day, so if you want to quickly pop over to the drinking range now.
The
You have a drinking range?
It's called a drinking range, yeah.
Oh, good
I
lord.
look as if I'm honestly cursing my luck, and I'm just like, sorry.
Or you
look
can bring the
down.
big one too. I hadn't
Thank
called
you.
the big one's name, but the big one can come as well.
Yuli, would you like to go to a drinking range, or do you want to go fix Robot Cooper?
No, we
I mean,
must
it'll only
fix
be more
Cooper.
socks.
I say with a massively crestfallen tone of voice.
Well, there you have it. The vote is taken. We gotta go. Come on, Cooper. Let's go look at your brain.
Hey, listen,
all right.
send us a message. You got those pads. Send us a message. We can talk tomorrow or the next day or something.
No, the problem is I have to go pretty soon, so that's why I wanted to talk to you now. Now, you can either
we
talk
got
to
some
me and
serious malfunction happening here. We gotta
Okay,
we gotta go work
let's
on
cut
him.
the
and-
bullshit. We can
Yeah.
either talk to each other, and you can ask some questions like you agreed, or, the trade deal is not going to be quite as fruitful, let's say. So it's up to you.
Oh, so you're saying that you're gonna go back on a trade?
Well, you're going back on the trade right now if he's going to talk to me, so it's up to you. You can call it.
I'm 100% willing to go through with the trade to everything that was agreed upon prior to your asking a little bit extra. I'm just saying a deal went well, and we were looking for a little cream off the top once things went well on your side, and you're asking for some cream before you gave me my coffee. So maybe you should take a step back there and let us go fix our robot, and then when we fix things and kind of settle down, then we can talk tomorrow. You're not leaving right
Is the
now,
guy-
are you?
No, I'm leaving
the guy
tomorrow, that's
facing-
why. Yeah, he's
Oh,
facing
The
good.
me.
guy facing away from me to Delilah.
No, you're kind of at the same table, you've only just stood up, so
Yeah,
he's kind of
okay.
facing all of you.
Doesn't matter then. I just look at Delilah like,
See, look at that. His speech is broken. We really got to go fix him. And then I
Fucking echo robots. Come on, Cooper.
stand up and I throw some credits on the table to make sure there's a nice tip because there's going to be a mess to clean up.
Okay. You leave. You head back to the ship.
but as soon as we're like out of earshot of the guy, I turn to Delilah and say, "What are you playing at? We made a deal."
I am way too drunk for this right now. Oh my god. That guy was fucking with us. Oh jeez. He wanted to know more about the deep swimmers than I promised, and he is way too urgent about it. Do you see how hard he was asking?
Well, I mean,
Good.
is there that much wrong with
Seem
telling him about it? I
aggressive
mean, the Odin sons want to kill him
pursuing
too.
Yeah, okay, sure. The Odin Sons have a reason to do what it is that they're doing, and we like the Odin Sons. This guy just came in out of nowhere, and he just wants to just take all of the information and walk away with it. What if he takes this to negatively impact the Odisons? What if he finds out how to make that powder that we just told them that they can buy off the Odinsons, and then the Odinsons, not only do they lose a revenue source, which is what we were trading there to help out your friends, gesturing to Ulysses, to help out your friends, but they could take their way of life. They could take everything. I'm sorry, but
He
Nope.
seemed reasonably interested in whether we'd fought them.
he was asking a lot of questions. A lot of questions. I'm sorry, but he looked like an inquisitor, and I don't like inquisitors.
The fuck is an inquisitor?
Inquisitive?
Break your fingers, then ask you a question.
So you
I mean,
think
he
it
asked
was
the
law
question
enforcement?
first.
No, it doesn't
Because we know
necessarily
the
have to.
Justicars on this planet. Like, we can just go talk to the Just. You get that guy's name, we can ask about him.
Sure, we can, but he does not. One, Stax, you weren't really spending much time with me. Okay, two things. One, he's not directly under the jurisdiction of this planet, but sure has to follow their rules when they're here. And two, his organization makes a ridiculous amount of trades with this planet. They might let shit slide for people that don't matter to them if it's going to make important trade deals of their own go through. So if we just start this guy might be able to beat us up and then just pay a fine for it. He could kill us and just be like, oh, here's 10,000 credits. Sorry for the inconvenience.
I'll let a bullet slide into his fucking face hole if he tries that shit.
Yeah, no, I'm
Cooper,
sorry.
Can
But
you run
they-
diagnostics?
Yeah.
On me, I'm pretty sure the sock thing's a load of crap.
Oh.
Yes.
The guy's
damn
not
it.
here, right?
No.
Yeah,
No,
so
as you
I'm
were
all
leaving, the
excited
guy
about
just sat
fixing a
down at your
robot, dude.
table and ordered a bit beer. Apparently just sitting down at your table waiting.
I mean,
So what's the game
we,
plan now?
Did we
we
get
offered
everything?
information. We should give information.
We offered information about a trade deal that they can have. They were looking to take more than they wanted, and that guy seemed. Ulysses, back me up here.
There was something strange about him. Urgent. He wanted that.
Alright, well, we can tell him that the Odin sons have the information.
Ulysses, you are way too sober right now. How are you so sober with that many beers?
I look at it for a moment. I am a very large man, and I'm looking down at her, just quite innocently. But I loom a little bit more, just to illustrate the fact that I am extremely large.
Of course. Did you not think that was weird, Cooper?
He was a little bit over-interested, but you would be. It's psychic aliens. You don't encounter them every day.
Is Cooper still wearing his old military uniform?
I guess so. That's probably what was replicated on the armature. Is it part of the armature? Or am I just wearing? I'm wearing clothes on top, aren't I? So
She smacks like a shoulder of yours, like gesturing to the outfit, and she's like, "You were trained to take orders and not ask questions."
I was on a mission. Sometimes they just hand you one of the. Anyway, let's just go to the ship, compile the information we said we were going to give them, say that
Give them everything.
the Odin sons will tell them
Everything
about
we're
the deep
supposed to do
swimmers.
it. Yes.
That way they have to deal with them, and I'll warn them not to mess with the Odin sons because they have means which will keep vague to deal with people who try and screw them over.
Hmm.
That should keep the Odin sons fine, and hopefully also keep the deep swimmers alive enough that the Odin sons can continue to farm them.
I don't know. I'm feeling like, okay, you do that, compile the information and run the diagnostics of the ship just to make sure we have all the supplies that we're supposed to have, right? Like I suppose
Yeah, I'll
Cooper.
check it through.
Yuli, should we warn them? Or am I just like way out of my... Am I being crazy right now?
You're being
When the Odin sons...
cautious, whether it's crazy or not.
When
Even the
people come in-
paranoid are right sometimes.
When people come in asking that many questions with that much vigor to it, it just reminds me of back home. It's not good.
I think you were right to be cautious of the situation. Whether there is anything to be worried about or not, caution is never bad quality. But let's just return to the ship, proffer the information we promised, and see where things go. I do not believe that man is only here for the day.
Yeah, probably he's probably here for as long as he needs to be, huh? Huh. Who was he? I heard nothing about. I'm just talking to myself. Make it right to the ship.
Okay, you get back to the ship. There is a message waiting which simply says, I'll be waiting here for another 24 hours.
Wait, from him?
Anonymous.
I'll be waiting here for another 24 hours. Okay. So, did we get all of our supplies?
No, they're with the Ombudsman.
Yeah.
I checked with him then and checked that
They're
he has
in
it
a
all
scroll,
accounted for.
basically.
Gotcha.
When can I like go meet the guy and check that he's received like what we were told?
They won't meet
Then
with
tell 'em
you
I'll come
because
back
that would
with
be
information.
breaking the effectively impartiality, but they do send you a message saying that a few hours later they've received all of the rations, they've received all of the air supply.
Oh, that's fair.
All right. Yeah,
No
I go
reason
back
to-
to the ship and start working out the information.
Okay. It takes you a few hours. Make an administer roll.
I knew I should have got a point in this. Literally discussing it before the show started.
And it's because you didn't take a point that made you make the test. Otherwise, I would. We all know this.
Yep,
Is
it
the
is known.
I imagine the attribute's like intelligence, right?
Yeah.
That's okay.
9.
9.
Yeah.
I do.
It
but I'm
takes you a
drunk.
couple of hours really to compile all the information from Delilah's sensor rig. The issue is if you want to start censoring it. If you want to start censoring the data, that means you have to go through it with a fine-tooth comb. Because it's easy enough to just chuck all the data in and then type up some report saying, this is what the data is, this is what this data is. Feel free to have a look. It's much more time-consuming to go through and start chopping stuff out. So do you want to censor anything?
But it depends what's in there. So we've got like the coordinates, we've got in like sensor data about the probably both planets.
Yeah.
little bit
Everything in the
extra
solar system, everything
there.
the sensors recording the entire time, along with Delilah's Argus web.
I'll have like some images of the spit of land we landed on, and then directions to where they can meet the.
That will be recorded by the
the
ship
other
sensors because you took the ship down there.
Okay.
As well as imagery, if they have like an image of what deep swimmers look like, I would even. This is out of game, but I'm just like I don't think that would be crazy
Well,
to.
that's on your Argus web. So I'm just saying that if you want to cut anything from that data, you have to let me know.
I'll probably basically make like a highlight reel from the Argus web of like walking through some corridors initially to demonstrate the technology, and then average room. And I might leave out the place with the Eye of Odin. I won't show anything from there.
Okay. Are you showing the deep swimmers? Are you showing the crashed spaceship? Are you showing the Thor ship underneath the base itself? Are you showing the broken base? Are you showing the psionics using their powers in battle?
I'll consult on that. I'll say we should probably just keep the psionic stuff out of it. We could maybe show the crashed ship because the Odin Sons don't really care about that anymore. That'll just be for the guys to salvage if they feel like it.
Okay.
And I'm sure that'll definitely interest them and hopefully make them a lot happier with the trade when they find out that there's a. Oh, it's one of their ships, isn't it? Isn't it? Is this a Renano-State ship that landed like 20 years earlier?
I don't recall that.
I swear that was true. I forget exactly where I got it from, though.
Bentham, would you want to send them the information that the deep swimmers actually attacked the facility once? Because they're going to find that out within minutes of having a trade deal with them anyways.
Yeah, we'll say that it's under, like, it was attacked and is occasionally under siege by the deep swimmers. We'll say the Odin Sons know more about them. We barely encountered them.
Mm-hmm. Kind of like leave the secrets to them to
Was
divulge.
When they described how to make the deep powder, was that something that was caught on the Argus web? Because I don't remember who was in the room at the time.
The Argus web might have caught it, but Delilah was in the room, but not in that conversation. However, that was in the
At that point in
area.
time, I didn't dump it because the Argus web holds 24 hours of data. So if you don't dump the data, it's lost. And I did not consistently dump it at that time because I didn't have a ship to dump it into.
Okay.
So more or less the last 24 hours on the facility we would have, and maybe not even the first level because it was unconscious. So the last 24 hours there is all I would have to work with.
In which case, that wouldn't include the Odin area, really, apart from the bit that you cut out. So are you okay just dumping the rest of it then?
Yeah, I think so.
So everything that doesn't include the Eye of Odin, effectively, the last 24 hours, because it's only the last 24.
And I'll include a note that even though it appears that their technology is limited, they do have means to defend themselves. And for the purposes of protecting them, we won't reveal what that is, and that we advise that you don't try crossing them.
That's amazing. That was really well said, Bentham.
Okay. Did you mention they've got the broken, like, old ship hull underneath them? Because that wouldn't be caught in the 24 hours.
Yeah, I'd mentioned that like the origin of their.
And you mentioned that
Their
the deep
base
swimmers attacked
was,
them, and you had to repel the attack.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll say that it's an ancient crash ship that has been salvaged for everything it's got. And I will say that unfortunately there's nothing you can get from that one. But the other ship nearby, which appears to have something to do with you, does probably have some useful equipment.
Okay. So you dump all that information over, and a little while later, it's marked as tentatively okay. Can't be confirmed that it has all the information that they want, but it seems to be the right information from a cursory glance by the Ombudsman. However, they're still waiting on you talking with the associate that you said you would talk with.
So was the gentleman that was meeting us at the bar?
Presumably.
Okay. So gathering the party together at some point in time so we can chat about how to handle that. I think what I would say is, so we all get together in the mess hall or whatever. But like, So that guy still wants to speak with us, and there's no reason why we can't speak with him. I think my idea with this one is maybe Ulysses should go speak with him. If any of us go, we might accidentally say too much. Ulysses doesn't say anything.
When you bring this up, I actually give you a look. Whilst I'm flattered by the thought, I do not think I am the best amongst us to hold any negotiation.
No negotiation. They're asking questions about your friends and their planet. And he doesn't seem to want to trade for it either. He's saying, give me information and maybe I'll toss you a coin. He's not even offering a trade. He's not doing any negotiation whatsoever.
I feel you handled the situation well. I believe everyone should have a firm grasp of their strengths and weaknesses, and discussing these matters with him would be a weakness of mine.
I've already pissed him off. I was pretty abrupt in leaving there, being much more sober now. I was pretty abrupt in leaving there. I was a bit obnoxious, to be fair. So, sorry about that, Cooper. So I really don't think that he would want my face. He knows that pretty much anything I say.
That is a fair observation. And yet I would still reason that I am the least skilled in these matters. And I look to both Cooper and Stax.
I can give it a try. I could basically just tell him that if he wants to know more, he can talk to the Odin Sons. That way he has to go through them to achieve anything.
Yeah, you probably don't want to send me, because if he tries any of that strong arm shit, I'm just going to shoot him in the neck. I'll be honest.
I mean, that's better than him shooting you.
Still don't know how to use a gun.
I'm fucking unkillable.
And I could talk to him, but I don't know if he'll appreciate being sent me, considering he knows what I am, or thinks he does. Might consider it an insult, but I can try speaking to him and see what he thinks. Perhaps we should check with the captain that he is who he says he is, just to make sure that he's not snuck in on this.
I mean, you can check with the captain if you want, but it seemed pretty. Somebody from higher up will come and speak with you, or the deep swimmers, or the race there. I didn't think anything of it. I'm a fucking idiot. I had a few too many drinks, and I just didn't think anything of it. Then the guy came, and he was right here. You know, he was. You could, smell his breath. He was right there. So I just kind of got wigged out. You know, he was just seemed a little too much oomph. So no, but that is, you can ask, but that is.
Maybe we should go just talk to the captain and ask him if he's happy with the deal.
I mean, I suppose you can, but I think you're kind of going down the
stuff is still
hole.
Marked as unfulfilled and won't be processing the request.
All right, I'll see about talking to him. Stay nearby, will you? Just in case anything happens.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to play back my Argus web and see what it is that I agreed to. Because I didn't agree to answer more questions. I agreed that after the deal was done and we agreed to a deal, he was like, oh, can somebody come by and chat with you? That was after we agreed to a deal. And I was like, yeah, sure, somebody can come by and chat with us. But I did not agree to say, hey, I'll give you a crap ton of information about these things. I threw in as a bone.
You agreed to answer some questions. Okay. Not, can someone come to talk to you? It was, you will answer some questions, and you said yes. So you did affirmatively answer that, would you agree to some questions?
But that was after we had finished making our deal.
Well, the deal is only the one that's been submitted to the Ombudsman for trade.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The deal is this is the deal that's been submitted to the Ombudsman for trade, which is that they will give you those two things, and you would answer some questions, and you do that. Whether you think that's part of the trade or not, that's the trade that they assumed you were making, and you would answer some questions as well.
But I didn't make that assumption. Okay, that was funny because out of game I didn't make that assumption either, because it seemed to me as a clear side note, but obviously somebody with an agenda that would not be a side note to them, which makes perfect sense. All right, cool. So, all right. I play back the Argus web and see if I can find if I made that mistake.
Okay, make a notice check, by the way.
Please, thank you. Can anybody else watch this with me? Sure, anyone who's watching it with him.
Oh no, I thought you were just saying out of nowhere. Make a notice check. I was just checking.
Oh, sorry, no, only people watching
sorry,
back.
No.
Anybody else?
You rolled no, not notice.
Ha ha ha. Let's do that again. Thank you.
I mean, how is she reviewing this information?
Like a data
Is it like
screen in
up on
the
the-
main common area, I assume.
Oh, okay, then. Well, if it's in the data screen, then there's no particular reason why I wouldn't be watching it. Sure.
Stacks suggests that we resolve this and shoot somebody or leave. One of the two.
Cooper, you watching?
Fucking Stacks.
Or
Poorly.
Basically,
He's
all
mostly
of you
fiddling with the
still
back
get
of his
that
head, still trying
exactly
to
what I
see
mentioned
what
there
it is.
about it maybe possibly being part of the deal. Not, there is some ambiguity in it. Ulysses, upon replaying it and then pausing and rewinding a little bit, you notice the guy you were talking to was actually watching the entire deal from a couple of tables over, and that maybe judging by body language, like they do look at him occasionally, like he does seem to be maybe with them, but he was watching the entire thing and that he was in the bar for the entire period of time.
I convey that to Delilah. Well, and perhaps there are points where she's well, clearly that shows me doing this, and then I might come in and go, well, actually, it could be taken this way, and then I very, very definitely point out the body language and the eye contact every now and then between them.
Oh, so he may have interpreted it that way. So it doesn't matter what my meaning is.
Their supervisor. It would not be the first time, though. Where I come from, it is particularly poor form for a chief or an officer to conceal their identity. It is not unheard of. They think meeting is beneath them or even a threat. Dishonorable, but...
Well, if they perceive the deal as being that way, we can't really renege on the deal. We have to give them information. Because this benefits benefits our own livelihood and our reputation. However, we can't put the Odinsons at risk.
Of course. Perhaps it would be worth purchasing a spirit of some sort of a token and arranging a meeting. He said he'd be here for a day.
Sure. But Cooper, you're going to do the talking?
yeah, I can give that a shot.
Do you want me to go with you? Because now that I see that where the mistake lies, I can totally apologize for the misunderstanding, but that might not be enough. He might just be annoyed. It depends on...
Perhaps if you go, but do not pursue the lead role in the negotiation. You can make your apology and allow Cooper to talk. It may smooth over things. We've had a long day. Cooper more than anyone else. He's had people's hands inside his head.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a good idea, Ulysses. I go and I apologize as a way of opening the communication, and then Cooper, you take over from there. I think the one big thing that we need to agree upon here is the harvesting of deep powder from them needs to not be said.
Be mentioned.
Is there anything else that you think is important to protect the Odinsons for there, Ulysses?
It would depend on what you know of them.
Far less than you.
What do you know of the Deep Swimmers?
Of the Deep Swimmers?
Yes.
That they are disgusting, that deep powder can be made of them, and one spoke once. I know I was there for the lessons and heard the stories in my mind, and that there was the war that waged between humans and them and the vessels that they once had but no longer do. I mean, I know a considerable amount. My even being there actually could be a concern. Maybe I should show up just to apologize and then say he'll handle the communications and then leave.
Indeed. Cooper, if you answer truthfully, only of what you know. I see.
You know what? Honestly, I think there's an even better way of doing this. I will send the message for Cooper going over to speak to him and put my apology in that message, and then only Cooper will meet with him. I know too much.
I hold up
might
a hand.
say too much.
I do not believe it is wise that only Cooper go. Stags,
Uh-huh.
we should not send Cooper into the lion's den.
Well, we should definitely send Stacks. Is that what you're suggesting? He's
I
a
am
robot.
saying
He
that
could
I
grow a
have
new
every
crystal.
confidence that you, pitted against a lion, would be the victor. Cooper, not so much.
Well, thank you. I feel good about that.
Yeah, so the odds are definitely more in your favor than mine. Backup would be nice.
All right. Let me go get Donna.
So what should we reveal then? They are sea
What do
creatures.
you know of them?
They are intelligent. They possess some psychic properties. I don't know what,
They
so
have
don't tell me.
active minds. Their intelligence is open to debate, I'm sure. We shouldn't reveal more information than need be, but by the same token, if we are to act in good faith, we shouldn't omit information that would be necessary. They are a threat. They are intelligent enough to be a threat. They are active in the waters, certainly against the Odin Sons, but whether they might perceive other peoples as enemies or not, who could say? Their motivations are their own.
Should we
Could be
mention the
territorial.
spacefaring bit? That might be too much.
We don't need to go into the past because you guys only know those things from me, and I'm not going to stop that from being said. Just tell them what they need to know for now so they don't get themselves killed, and leave the rest of it alone.
All right.
Speak honestly of what you observed, Cooper.
I'll get together a message and send it over to him with an apology and an invitation. Where would you want to meet him?
Perhaps the way the crew deferred to him and his confidence speaks of someone potentially of some importance. Perhaps you could find a neutral meeting place, ale house, or I wouldn't know, somewhere less low key.
Just go to the market.
No, I don't mean I don't mean public. I mean it might do to sweeten the apology if we spend a little bit of money.
You're not wrong. That's how you would do a trade deal. Just this
It
guy
is
smelled,
possible
this guy
we've
smelled like
offended
money.
a leading officer of their crew.
Yeah. I would say an inquisitor, but maybe I was just off my rocker because I apparently made a mistake and shit,
Stax, do you have any input?
I'll be honest, negotiating all these charges, like, why couldn't we just buy life support from the store and then go to a new place? Either
Truth
way,
be
we're
told,
here
that
now.
Seems
Let's
like
just
a
fucking
far
get this over
easier
with.
deal to have made given all of this.
He is just waiting in the tavern, right? Maybe we just go meet him there? There is one other thing. We should probably double check the whole thing about whether AIs are okay here. Before I go wandering about again now, as it turns out that someone can work out what I am by sight.
Hold on, I just found out how to connect to the planet's Wi-Fi. Let me see if that's okay.
Yeah, Whiffy.
Can I make a no check to find out if they're illegal or not?
Wisdom, no.
It's gonna be shitty.
Is this involved in like using computers or anything, or is it just?
Woo! You grabbed me.
You have no idea. You do find that there's like a recent bulletin board about, solar activity, and it looks really interesting. And the pictures are taking a while to load.
Huh. Oh, I found a new cat GIF. Is it GIF or GIF? There's some forum complaining about that. I don't know.
Delilah would be the kind of person that says "Jiff."
Whilst Delilah's looking all of this up, I tried to take Stax aside. Not obviously away from everyone, but just aside to have a word. Do you think we need to be cautious about this?
I have no idea. We're so far gone. We could have just gone to the store, man. They sell this stuff at like Walmart down the street.
You're not wrong.
Either
we are
way,
where we are.
I'm gonna
Stax, you're
saw this
always-
guy in.
Stax, you're always about trying to get the best deal possible. That's literally what I was doing, was getting the best deal possible. It's just
Not
apparently
when
we
it-
got rolled in with this crazy person.
Not when it means we spend days with me not shooting people. If the deal involves me shooting people, I'm be honest, if I go to this meeting, there's a good chance somebody's getting shot. I got my lucky shooting guy's shoes on. I point down at my shoes.
That does
Are
make me,
these shoes
that does
any
make me
different
feel
from
better.
normal?
Yeah,
They
like,
are.
these are his
My
slightly
normal
nicer
shoes-
Yeah.
Yeah, these ones are like the ones you wear where they've got like the white on the sides. They're like fancy. They're like fancy tap shoes from like 1910.
Just make sure your gun is not aiming at Cooper when you feel the urge. Though, thinking about it, he may be easier to repair.
I've got the message together. I told him I thought about what I had said and realized that I confused my words and the meaning behind them, and apologized for the misunderstanding, and that we're going to be forthwith with the information that we have as per our bargain, so both sides can be appeased and everything can be released from there. I am ready to present whenever you are.
Before she does that, I do my own no check because I didn't really get anything back from Delilah about the.
Make a wisdom no check.
All right.
I told you I already. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was looking at the solar thing.
5.
You find some really interesting pictures of dogs wearing hats.
Oh, I love puppies. Oh, like IRL, fuck cats, but puppies are amazing. Oh,
When are
Dogs
they
wearing
doing these
hats
no checks?
with a fisheye
Right
lens.
in the middle of the common room, just next to each other with like their data pads
I'm
open.
just kind of watching this interaction, just looking to Stacks. I'm beginning to feel like I shouldn't have left the ale house.
Well, then let's go back. We'll talk to this guy. If he says anything I don't like, everybody's happy because I get to shoot a guy.
Very well, let's go. We've talked too long.
yeah.
I definitely think so. And I'm normally the guy that talks way too much.
I'm not going, so.
Delilah, send a message. Cooper, have you found? Oh, let's. Wait here. I go into my cabin, and I come out with a heavy, like fur kind of cloak, and I just drape it over his shoulders, and then I pull the hood up. There you go. You should be safe now.
Did you
It
remember
is
to put on?
enormous on him. It's like some sort of bridal gown
It's
just trailing
huge.
behind
It does
the
like
animal.
trail like a meter behind you on the floor as you walk around.
Is it
Give
at
him
all
the-
practical, or is it just not going to work?
Not practical.
It looks like you are about to go beyond the wall and fight. You know,
If you're gonna fight in that,
All kind
I
of
would
crazy
give
stuff.
you so many minuses because that is huge.
here's again.
Well, I don't. I mean, I appreciate the effort, but this is like 20 times my size. and
Well, I'm sorry I
take it
don't
up
have
again.
clothes fit for children, but it's all I've got.
If you
I'll
if he
just
hasn't
go as I
stolen
am.
them already, give him the skunk butt socks too. I think those will help.
Gonna go talk to him. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Let's go. I take the cloak off him, I put it around me, and it looks normal sized.
Okay, you head over to the tavern. It's kind of early in the morning at this stage, so the tavern's very quiet. It really only has about 3 patrons in it, all of whom look like they've been there for a little while. And in the corner at the booth that you were using yesterday is your friendly contact from last night, sitting there. And as you get in, he looks up, smiles a bit when he notices that it's the 3 of you. Just waits.
As I'm already walking in, I gesture to the barman.
Hey, what can I get you? Do you want something hard or something soft? It's the morning, but, you know, you guys look like you can go for a bit more.
Something soft for him, something less soft for him, and the hardest thing you have for me. And whatever he's drinking.
Okay,
I gesture at the guy.
here is some water. Here is some beer.
I said soft,
And here
not
is-
tasteless. You must have some half ale.
fair enough. Here's some half ale, half water. Here's a
I
beer.
give the half ale to Cooper.
And
the
here
beer
is
to Stacks.
some moonshine. It's strong. You want it strong, right?
Yes, and I take it, and I walk over there and bring whatever he's having. And how many credits is that?
It comes to 25 credits.
Okay.
And there's an orange juice for the guy at the corner.
Oh, shit.
He's been there
I
for a while.
suppress the smirk really hard.
Oranges are expensive here.
So do we agree that we're
Oranges
just
are
going to
expensive
stay here?
everywhere.
You didn't agree anything in that regard, but you are here now, so it's too late.
Just be here, yeah.
But yeah, you get there, you sit down, he looks up and goes, "So, you're going to talk to me now? I noticed that you kind of left the lady behind this time."
She's the red rage. And I sit down.
Wow.
Fair
Couldn't
enough,
have
so
said a little too much. You know.
she's not a robot either, unlike him.
Anyway, we've sorted out the information. We've compiled the things that
Yes, I know that's been sent okay. Are you okay to answer some questions?
yeah, we just we want to make sure that you'll get the information, well, any information you want, I think, once you arrive and speak with the locals. We want to make sure that you go through them and rather than try and cut them out of the picture.
Well, the thing is, making contact with new people who've been cut off for a while, etc., it's a very delicate process. You don't want to shell shock them or, fly down a spaceship directly over them or anything. So I try to get as much information as you as possible, and particularly when it comes to stuff like threats, like an alien species that you mentioned might be a threat, need to find out information about them before we go, because my government needs to know, is this dangerous? Is it too dangerous for us to get involved with? That sort of stuff. So you understand that I need some information off you guys. Is that okay? Can we agree on that at least?
Of course, what
Yeah.
you're saying is more than reasonable. Though, I would ask, I had been drinking rather heavily when we met last. Introductions are in order. My name is Ulysses.
The name's John. It's nice to meet you.
Cooper,
And
I look to
I
see how he
peer
reacts to
over
me
at
having a
Stax.
name.
He seems fine with it. And looks over to Stax, who's busy enjoying his beer.
I look right at him. I just go, Sal.
Nice to meet you, Sal. So,
So in terms of a threat, you can meet them essentially on your terms. They're water-based. There isn't much land on the planet, but there is some right next to the locals. You can land there. You'll be safe. As far as I know, the things don't go above water.
okay. Did you fight them?
We encountered them briefly.
So you fought them?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't very
Uh,
enjoyable.
Did they use weapons or
Speak for
anything?
yourself.
Did they use itself? Oh, fair enough. I mean, he turns towards Stax now, giving Stax his full attention. So, you fought them a lot, did you?
Yeah, I killed several. I don't know. They just keep coming and you just keep plugging them with bullets and they fall down well enough.
Nice. Seems like you're pretty good at that. Is that your specialty?
I do have a particular penchant for pain. It is true.
I know exactly what you mean. He smiles at that one. Well, since you managed to take them out easy enough, what were their psychic capabilities like?
I don't know about that. Who had to deal with the psychic stuff? They never did none. All they did around me was bleed.
Yeah, we understand they have some sort of psychic properties, but when they fought us, they just seemed to bite us like particularly angry fish would. Tentacles and such.
Okay.
Like, honestly, the big issue is, like, if you've got somebody that... I don't know how this shit all works. If they're, like, psychic or something like that, the critters seem to be attracted to them. That's the best that I can tell you, because I didn't see them shooting fucking eye lasers or nothing.
Oh shit.
Fair enough. I mean, the people on the planet, how had they been holding them at bay? Had they been just fighting them? Had they put walls?
Yeah, you're not gonna believe this shit. They got spears. They're fucking holding them back with spears and shit.
They held them back with spears.
Yeah.
They've been fighting for a long time. They've got very good at it.
That's, well, obviously I'm not so worried about them anymore if they manage to defeat them with spears. I mean, you know, I assume they didn't have spaceships and stuff or whatever. What do you know about? Did they used to have spaceships or anything? Like, how would the fight used to go?
There are people whose history has in part been lost, but from what little we could learn from them whilst they were our hosts, it seems that they traveled there many generations ago.
Oh.
What knowledge the current generation holds is very different from the knowledge of those who came to that planet in ships, from what I understand.
So, well, while I'm talking to you, Ulysses, did the Deep Swimmers then single you out because of your abilities?
I cut them in half. I was stood around many warriors with strange abilities, yes. I was not singled out any more than those around me were.
Oh, fair enough. And these warriors with strange abilities around you, did they manage to hold them
One
off?
could breathe underwater without need for apparatus.
Well, that's interesting. It's pretty rare to find individual worlds that are cut off that are, you know, able to actually sustain proper training for psychic powers. Like, it takes training, obviously, to do that. Sorry, I'm preaching to the choir here. But, you know, how did they manage to train on that planet?
Again, I couldn't tell you what knowledge they came to that planet with. Only that there were some on the planet with knowledge.
I'm looking with confusion between the guy and Ulysses.
Nope.
Because he did just refer to Ulysses by his abilities, right?
That's what he said.
A bit like... I'm just listening to them.
Okay. Well, I mean, beyond that, did you really find them a threat to yourself? Still sort of gesturing that question at Ulysses.
There was a large one. We weren't able to kill it. Wounded it retreated. Smaller ones dealt with easily enough, but their warriors had years of experience killing them. Their skills were honed by necessity.
Fair enough. And we assume that, you know, effectively did the people on the planet exhibit any sort of powers then? Because you'd say that they are drawn towards, you know, people with powers.
As I said, they were warriors there. I believe I said it. I looked at stacks.
Well, I was asking, you mentioned that training for the Deep Swimmers, but the people themselves, did they manage to train on the planet to get their powers? Or are they from, you know, other places? Are they visitors or are they actually indigenous?
I looked at Cooper. Wait a second, actually. Was I aware that Cooper was with Delilah when she was reading those books?
Yeah, you'd be aware of that.
Because they were in the same room, weren't they?
Yeah, it's been mentioned.
So yeah, I gestured to Cooper at that point.
Well, the humans arrived very long time ago, not exactly sure how long off the top of my head, but in a ship, and we did detail that in the information we've given. They built their underwater habitat out of the ship. So they'd been there
a long while. So the people there had managed to train their powers on the planet. They hadn't left or anything.
No, they don't go anywhere. Don't have the technology.
Oh, so do they have like a psionic academy there or something?
They do some sort of training, I think.
Make a talk check.
I don't really know this stuff. Yeah, talk check. Not charisma. This is where it all goes wrong, because my charisma is actually pretty crap. 4.
He stutters out poorly. That's interesting. Did they exhibit any more, you know, artifacts or, you know, pre-scream anything they survived the crash?
Most of their ship, they just made use of the metal. Not even any electronics.
Huh. Fair enough. So no artifacts, no weapons or any kind survived.
I pause for a minute and give him a look and say, well, we've mentioned in the information that you shouldn't. You should deal with them fairly. Don't try and mess with them, go behind their backs.
Well, that sounds ominous. They've got some sort of really dangerous weapon.
Well, they have ways of, dealing with people who treat them unfairly.
Oh, that sounds a bit worrying. But I think I've made enough of your time, really.
If you make fair dealings with them, you'll have no problem. I just want to make sure you're aware that you shouldn't, we met these people, now we're telling you about them, we want to make sure that they are protected and not exploited. They're happy to make trades.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, you've answered my question, so unless there's anything else that you think might be helpful.
I think that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, here's some, compensation for your time, and he flips across 1,000 credits to you guys.
Put that in the main kitty.
And I'm afraid I tend to keep my promises, and I'm afraid I did promise Stacks that I'd take him to the drinking range. I could probably swing a few contacts to keep it open at this time of day. So, Stacks, you wanting to go drinking range?
I think we gotta get off planet. I appreciate the promise and you coming through, but I think our goal for now is just to get the hell off Yolanda.
Fair enough.
No offense or nothing, obviously.
Well, I was looking forward to a bit of target practice myself, but fair enough. It's been nice talking with you all.
Likewise.
Oh,
Yeah, pleasure doing business.
by the way, what was their weapon? Stacks, roll me d20.
A D20?
Yeah.
Okay. $19.
For a moment, you really feel like this guy's a really nice friend, and you should probably just be honest with him, because it's been a quite amicable trade deal all around. But then the rest of you's like, whatever. I'll treat him how I want. So, what was that weapon? No? Oh well, worth a try. So I'll be going now. I'll catch you guys later, and it's nice to meet you, Lucy's. And
I nod and I finish the moonshine.
you, Cooper, and Stacks. You really do make an odd team. Interesting bunch. Be nice to see you guys around if you survive long enough in the blackout there. Oh, and if you see anyone who's dealing in black market weapons or anything, do give me a call. I sent you my comlink number. I mean, we need to make sure they're properly policed around here, and we can be a bit iffy about them being on the black market around here. But it's a security thing, you see.
I'm drinking my moonshine, which I hope is in a massive jar.
I mean, there's a quite nice bounty if you can hand in any weapons for deactivation, etc., depending on what the weapon is. So bear that in mind. Hell, could probably swing your ship to get an upgrade in its drive. As far as I can tell, your spike drive's still a rating 1. So if you want a rating 2 or anything, give me a call.
Rating 2 would be nice. I'm just sort of mumbling this to myself, like,
Aye, it's twice as fast.
this goes so much further.
Yeah, you can go further, and it's twice as fast. You get anywhere twice as quickly.
Quicker the better.
What twice as fast means, yes.
Fair enough.
Ulysses, that would go
Yes,
over
it
his
is.
head, but oh my lord.
It'd be nice to upgrade at some point. Metaspace is such a pain sometimes.
I know. Well, if you knew of any, dangerous weapons, particularly if you find any pre-screen weapons, but, any other dangerous weapons kind of can make sure they're properly dealt with. And, they're quite a reward for it.
Well, keep that in mind.
Well, it's a bit of a shame. Oh, well, have a good one, and I'll keep giving another round on me. Aye, okay then. There you go. Another half ale, another beer, And of course, some of a moonshine for you, Ulysses.
Fantastic. I drink that
And
one
the
too.
guy leaves.
After he leaves,
So I
I
guess
turn to the rest of the group. Dude's a fucking cop. I can smell him a mile away.
I mean, I guess we picked up on the fact that literally just said, what was the weapon?
Yeah,
So,
he
like-
did ask before he left.
How did he have any idea about a weapon?
Likely, he was simply guessing. But if you ask with enough confidence, you might catch someone off guard. They'll answer the question before they think to lie.
When I resisted, did I get any feeling that somebody was trying to invade my mind or anything?
Actually, I believe telepathy does work like that if you resist.
Let me
Double check.
Yeah.
What level of telepathy was it? Because I'm on the page now.
I can't tell you, but can you tell me the results?
I mean, unfortunately, no.
I'm on the page now.
Yeah, it's page 42.
Where does it say the 42? Okay, I'm in the wrong section. Oh yeah, that's why I'm in the wrong section. I remember now.
I'm
Where
on
does it
page
say
20 for telepathy.
The response. I can't see that. I can't see the bit you're talking about.
Well, what command were you having him use?
Oh, it'll be in the specific commands. I thought it'd be a general thing at the beginning.
Memory editing, far thought, express cognition, transmit thought, unity of thought.
It doesn't say. I thought that was the case. It doesn't say what happens when you succeed. So in that case, unless it says like some of the others that do explicitly say that you're aware.
I mean, well, basically, if he's using just telepathic contact, he could have just tried to read his mind rather than force him to think of him as a friend and answer. Like, I'm not sure what ability you were using there, because telepathy is usually a case of I just go into the mind and I take the information out.
Yeah.
And
Straight
after a certain level
telepathy.
where you can get specific information and actually get detailed stuff beyond emotions, that requires a will or, well, a save. And if the let me see, target gets a mental saving throw, can dig down to the memories, 2 cents answer or any single question they ask. I mean, what ability were you using? Because I'm not sure which one.
No.
could-
Well, for the purpose of this, there isn't a actual. It doesn't actually say what happens when you successfully pass, so you wouldn't know. You maybe wouldn't recognize it as a bit of an odd thought to go across your mind, but you wouldn't know.
Yeah, so Avic, like in D&D when I DM and somebody casts like an illusion spell on you and you fail your save, you don't know that's an illusion spell, it just works on you. Somebody casts an illusion spell on you and you pass your save, you don't know that an illusion spell was just cast on you. You know what I mean? Like, or like if I cast any spell on you, like hold person, and it worked, that
The
doesn't
only thing
necessarily
about
mean
it is
that you
that
know.
if
Unless
they
it says
succeed a
it.
saving throw, no other telepathic ability that requires a saving throw can be used on that person for the remainder of the scene.
Yeah. So
So
there's-
just
there's
is basically a
It's
a
all
block.
right. They can't read your mind if you keep all your thoughts in finger paintings.
Jesus Christ.
With that though, the deal goes through successfully. You get all your food and your air supply. So
I
that's
guess it
all
costs,
maxed out.
was it 250 for the handover?
Yeah, effectively yes.
Say, when you guys return to the ship, I know that as you guys like return, because I imagine Cooper is going to be asking Ulysses some questions once they get on the ship. But as you guys come back in through the lock or whatever, you can see Delilah was clearly pacing back and forth, like she was like a nervous wreck, and she turns and she's like, "Did I fuck everything up? Did I screw everything up? I don't know.
Delilah,
I've just been so paranoid lately."
10 minutes earlier, there is a knock at the door to the hangar.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
It's a guy from the bar who's just popped by, and he says, "Hey, well, I just wanted to pop by to say, sorry we've got on the wrong foot. I've spoken to your lads, and everything's fine. So it's good to talk, and, to make sure that everything's okay. So just telling you, there's no hard feelings, right?"
No. No, I guess not. No.
Roll me d20.
D20 or mental save?
Mental save.
Meant to be a mental save.
Ah! a really shitty wisdom.
Fucking Delilah.
I got a really shitty wisdom.
What is it with Dale Rick's characters always ending up getting thrown out an airlock for fucking up our plans?
I get
What
a
is this?
shitty
We had a-
wisdom. I rolled a
psychic
3d6
connection.
and I rolled shitty, and then I took brain damage. You know, like.
If they had a psychic connection with the deep swimmers.
Delilah, you really want to tell him about any powerful weapons that you know of, particularly any pre-screen weapons or any powerful, other weapons that you might be aware of. This basically only covers a few things that you know of, which is effectively the Hammer of Thor and the nukes.
Of course.
That's literally the only things
So-
you know of.
What did
How does he
Delilah see
phrase
of
the
the hammer?
probing question? How does he phrase the probing question for me to RP the answer? Because it has to make sense for the character.
So
She's
he
not
asks
just
you,
like drawing.
effectively, it's you want to answer his questions. You feel, and as he goes. So, by the way, we're doing a bounty system to make sure that we get rid of any dangerous weapons in the area, particularly pre-screen weapons. So, if you manage to find or return any weapons, we'd be interested to know. Do you know any in the area?
Yeah, there's the nukes in our hull, and then we have the Hammer of Thor was back on that planet of Thor. Yeah. Do I recognize that I said something bad, or are you not even aware of the fact that
it's
You're aware of it.
you're aware of
know
saying
what
it,
it's
but you feel, it doesn't feel out of the ordinary because it feels
Okay,
like
yeah. So I just there's the nukes that we have down in the hull, and then there's the Hammer of Thor back on the planet of Thor. I mean, aptly named, right?
Hey, well, that's good to know. By the way, if you want to hand in those nukes, we'd be willing to pay you quite a pretty penny.
Oh, I think Cooper was saving them for a rainy day.
Well, fair enough. I better be getting off now. I've only got a minute or so with you. Nice to talk to you.
You too. Oh, so glad things worked out as well as they did.
Then the team shows up.
Oh, I'm glad things worked out as well as they did. I mean, he came by to let me know that things went smoothly, and I'm just so glad that the apology worked out and everything worked out smoothly.
Came by?
Yeah, he came by
Correct.
just to let me know that the apology was accepted, that there was no hard feelings, that the deal was perfectly fine. It was actually very nice of him. I've been so worried. I just feel as though I've been so paranoid of everything. I mean, you're supposed to be cautious. Grandma always said be cautious, but I just feel out of sorts lately. But it's okay. It's fine. Everything's good.
I don't know. I think you're right to be paranoid. It was
Yeah, some
Something
probing
up with him,
questions
he-
at the bar. I'm surprised that he came here himself. He only left
Yeah.
a moment before we did.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure that everything was fine, and he was asking if there were any dangerous weapons in the area. So I told him about the nukes in the hull and the Hammer of Thor back on the planet.
You fucking did what?
And that's where we cut for next week. No, by the way, you would realize that you had said it, but you'd rationalize it as your own decision and thought. So, especially with 6 wisdom, it's
That's even
foregone conclusion.
worse. I have to defend it now.
No, you internally rationalize it. You don't defend it as your own consciousness. You internally, like, that just makes complete sense to you. It's part of the power.
Okay. So I could be like snapped out of it, like charm person, and somebody spends a standard action to make me make
Maybe
a
it would take a little bit of, because it's internal rationalization in the back of your consciousness. But yeah, maybe someone could approach you and be like, "Why did you do this?" You'd be like, "Oh, maybe that was the wrong choice. It was a bit impulsive of me." You'd find it's like you'd still think it's your own action, but you'd be like, "That was really impulsive. That was weird." But yeah, thank you very much for watching, everybody. We are going to quickly go through where you can find people, and we'll also go through the tips today. So very quickly indeed. Splat, who are you, what do you do, and where can we find you?
YouTube.com/SplatterCatGaming, Twitch TV/SplatterCatGaming. I will be streaming after this stream in just a few minutes, actually. Aside from that, I play indie games.
Because I gotta say,
no,
you've been
Twitch
giving a lot of
actually
false
emailed me
flags
back.
lately. I've been showing up, and then there's been no stream, and I've been pretty upset.
Yeah.
I was pretty salty yesterday, I'll be honest with you. I was so stoked to stream yesterday, and it was just fucked up, and I was like,
The worst thing was you put out the notification on YouTube as well. It was like, oh man, I feel for
Twitch,
him.
why? So yeah, I should be streaming today. I play indie games. Lots of indie games. Probably going to play Don't Starve today because I don't know why. I always want to play Don't Starve. But not Shipwrecked. Fuck Shipwrecked. I'm going to go back to Ranked
Yeah, I
Giant.
didn't get on with Shipwrecked.
Yeah, I've never really felt the need to.
That sounds pretty solid though.
Delric.
Hey everybody, Delric. You can find me on twitch.tv/Delric. You can find me on YouTube. Delric Master on twitch.tv. YouTube/Delric, and all the other places as Delric. Let's see. I DM Dungeons and Dragons. I DM pretty much anything. I PC pretty much anything. I do pretty much anything. I'm just a whore for having fun. Yeah, and you know what? I think sometime I'm gonna have to like make sure my next character is ready because I have a really really good feeling I'm gonna have to stream making a character because I don't think Delilah's gonna last much longer. I don't think.
Snitches get bullets to the face. It doesn't
Yeah.
rhyme.
I thought it was the airlock again, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny actually because like you're gonna be like, "Brrr," and Ulysses has to make a decision, like make him feel bad because it was a psychic power, or like,
doesn't know that.
not say anything.
Nobody
I know
knows.
that.
You're
All you
just a
told me
snitch.
is that you straight up just told him.
You're a
Well,
narc.
Ulysses doesn't know he has psychic powers, so that he knew.
Well, you've given no indication that he used any psychic powers on him. Just that you straight up told him.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
We do have the Argus web that we'll probably look back at to be like, why did you do this?
Yeah,
To me,
all the
that'll
Argus
help.
Web will show is that
And you can certainly pull
guy
data
asks a
off my
question,
dead body.
you reply.
You know what I mean? Like, anyways, I'm actually going to be streaming later on tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing an Eberron campaign. So run over and watch Splat play some video games, or hang out and watch some Dungeons and Dragons. But hang out, have fun.
Yes.
Okay.
Where did you get your dog?
She's a rescue, so from one of those website rescue places thingies. So.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. My wife drove 5.5 hours each way to pick her up, and I didn't go for the trip because I had D&D that night. And let's be serious, what's more important? So I got to just like DM a game, and we're like 7 hours into the session, and all of a sudden a puppy showed up, and the other like 4 hours of the session we're just playing with a puppy. So it was pretty awesome.
Bentham.
Right, on YouTube I am Mangleport Gaming, and there's usually some sort of Factorio going on. Put an episode of that out recently. I've been really slow with them lately, but I'm going to be more often.
You've got next
Because
You had like graduation and stuff to do.
yeah, I know. I've got time now because I graduated this morning, so that's cool. And I tweeted a copy of E's selfie in the exact same spot for the walls.
I was like, yes, you have one up me. Well done. Well done.
And I'm also playing FTL at the moment, and Kingdoms and Castles. And I was playing Shortest Trip to Earth, but I've stopped with that for now. Wait till it gets updated and it's a little bit better. Might play Cosmoteer, because people keep asking me to do that.
It is
Play
fun.
it. It is so fun.
Definitely
literally
don't
spent
place a door
until-
wrong.
6:20 a.m. playing it because I had a really good run, which I've recorded.
I feel like I do sort of have to, because it is spaceships with conveyor belts.
Yep.
Sort of means
Yep.
it's my thing.
Yep.
So yeah,
Also,
that's me at the moment.
cannons. Don't mess with lasers. Go straight to cannons and missiles.
Missiles are so dope.
Yep.
They're so good.
Because no one has point defense until you get to like the elite enemies. So it's just like, yeah.
Like my
you're
first
gonna
ship is
die.
just covered in cannons, and they're so good because they got penetration and they set fires. Whereas lasers like pew 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 pew, pew and just slowly
Oh,
wear
man.
back the armor.
I-
Cannons
I-
just go straight through.
I was like, oh, my reactors are a bit exposed down this corridor. I'll put some armor in. Next fight I went into, cannon round, hit the front, went down the corridor and hit the armor, exploded. I was like, if I hadn't put that armor in, that would be GG right there, because all my reactors are a cluster.
So I've got one
I always
ship
get
that's
killed by
doing- 'cause we have
fires.
fleets as
Yeah.
well, which is amazing. So I've got one like cannon ship, and then I've built this basically blob that is full of missiles, and it just follows the cannon ship around, just launching death. It's great.
So Avak, what are you doing apart from that?
Apart from Cosmoteer, I am over on youtube.com/Avac and twitch.tv/Avac, where I am playing. Actually, I'm playing quite a lot of space-focused games at the moment. I'm playing Shortest Trip Back, quote brackets Back to Earth, because it was Back to Earth, but then it became Shortest Trip to Earth. I'm also playing Starship Theory, which I'm actually still really enjoying. I'm playing Cosmoteer, obviously. I'm playing RimWorld. I'm playing Stardew Valley. I've started playing Final Fantasy XII: The Zodiac Age, and also probably in a couple of hours / maybe tomorrow, there'll be a new series starting as well called Yolanda Cloudcatcher Chronicles, which is super good. Very, very fun game. It's kind of like Stardew Valley, only in 3D, where you're trying to purge an island of like toxins.
Yeah, I saw it at PAX. It's pretty dope.
Yeah, it is really fun, dude. Super fun.
Well, as for myself, I'm Enter Elysium. Catch me up at youtube.com/Enter Elysium or twitch.tv/Enter Elysium, where I'm currently playing Cosmoteer, Motorsport Manager, and a couple of other things. Got a really good run coming up on Cosmoteer, so I'm really looking forward to play that one forwards. But I think we're good. We will read out the tips in a second. There is a Shadowrun episode Q&A after show this Sunday in lieu of an episode because we don't know if we're going to have Maggie or not, and we finish Shadowrun. So instead we're going to do the Q&A live so you can ask questions and so on. So enjoy that. And yeah, I think it's just the tips then. So we have one tip from Jutnik, $13.88. Thanks for the dual awesomeness you people deliver twice a week. Sad to see the Lord of Dapperness, Avik himself, and the mad cat named Splat leave the show. Good luck. P.S. EE, keep the flow of awesome plotline streaming.
Nice.
Oh, well,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've now got this vision in my head of Splat as the March Hare, only a cat, and me as the Hatter just pouring tea at the table. It's fantastic.
It's a good thing you said the Mad Hatter after that, because I was going to be like, who the fuck is the March Hare? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Do it.
Now I know it's just like, it's a very merry
And by the way, Benson is definitely the Dormouse.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Isn't the Dormouse always shit-faced, though?
I thought he was sleepy, I thought. Wasn't it?
He's sleepy, but maybe.
He
Anyway.
just really enjoys mushrooms.
depends
He gets
on what
really
you
tired.
This is a topic for an after show, I guess. Thank you very much for watching. We will, of course, be back on Sunday and then again on Friday. Until then, roll safe.